Who's excited? Oh, come on, you can do better than that. I have t-shirts. Who's excited? Are you excited? You sure? Stand up. Show me how excited. You're not excited. Who's excited? There's some excitement. And this is why I don't play baseball. Who else is excited? Hey, maybe I do have a future after all. I got 2 more. Who's excited? I already got you guys. Over here? Oh. All right, somebody in the back. Somebody in the back. Somebody in the back. Let's start the show, shall we?
NEO is a distributed network. By utilizing blockchain technology and digital identity to digitize assets, and deploying smart contracts to automate the management of digital assets, NEO aims to create the smart economy. Smart economy is a vision of a digital, programmable, and trust-free economic paradigm. Blockchain technology empowers the smart economy by creating a trust-free execution environment for smart contracts. NEO is developer-friendly from multiple perspectives. First of all, NEO provides a very user-friendly infrastructure, especially NEO Smart Contract. NEO VM supports most of the mainstream programming languages. A sophisticated set of SDKs, APIs, and other underlying infrastructures are well established, as well as a wide selection of developer tools. NEO is also developer-friendly in terms of ecosystem growth. NEO provides comprehensive support for developers in technology integration, promotion, funding, etc. Being a community-friendly project is one of NEO's top missions. NEO has more than 500,000 community members across the globe, who are highly active on social media and in the development scene. City of Zion, New Econo Labs, NEO Research, and other major communities cover regions with the most development activity, including Europe, North America, South America, and China. NEO was founded in 2014, open-sourced on GitHub in 2015. The mainnet was launched in 2016, and in June 2017, NEO was rebranded. The first NEO DevCon was held in January 2018, and more than 50 developer events were held in that same year. NEO aims to become the most developer-friendly public blockchain. Welcome to Seattle, NEO DevCon 2019. Conti NEO.
All right. Lovely video, wasn't it? By the way, thank you, all of you, for braving the snows of Seattle. Did you ever think you would ever hear somebody say that and not be a joke? I did not. I lived here decade and a half, I think now, and I've never seen snowmageddon like what we've struggled with. I mean, part of what you may not understand if you're not local to this area is just how much Seattle has to struggle with snow. As a matter of fact, it is a little known fact that part of the reason Seattle deals with snow so difficultly is because, number one, we've got all these hills, right? We're on the Ring of Fire and so forth. But the other problem is that it is a contractual requirement that half the snowplows in Seattle have to keep Starbucks drive-thrus open. Couple of things before we get started, before we get to Hongfei. First of all, my name is Ted Neward. I am your Master of Ceremonies for today. And that will be pretty much the last I will talk about myself for the remainder of the day. Would ask if you've got any cell phones. Yeah, right. Who doesn't have a cell phone? Set it to vibrate. I would hate to have to call security on you because your phone is ringing and it's a really bad ringtone. Okay? Secondly, we'll be taking some breaks. First break will be about 11 o'clock. Lunch will be about 12:30. Second break will be somewhere around 4. So just keep that in mind. If you've not found them, the bathrooms are just out this little central area and down the hall a little bit. So in case anybody has to take care of some bio issues. This will be recorded and live streamed, so please be careful of the cameras and the equipment. And also, if you don't want to be a part of the live stream, please try to make sure you don't step in front of the cameras. Let's see. How many people here are on social media? Come on. It's more of you than that, right? The hashtags, I'm told, for the event are CONTINEO, CONTINEO, or else NEO DevCon 2019. It all kind of depends on how much you really want to two-thumb the hashtag. If you have any questions of the speakers as we go, I would suggest Twitter, as we have a fairly aggressive program today, so we won't have a lot of time to be able to take questions in person. Or you can always ambush them outside the doors after they're done with their particular presentation. Speakers love that. Absolutely. Better yet, follow them into the restrooms. No, don't do that. Don't do that. All right. So, without a whole lot of further ado, let's see. I think there's this guy who created this company. Douwe, where are you? Come on up, my friend. Douwe Hongfei is the founder of NEO, and he's going to lead us off talking about the promise of the smart economy.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's really exciting to be here. I'm really sorry keep you guys watching that video for like half a dozen times. Yeah. And before I walk into this room, I'm very nervous. I've been to several events, blockchain events, in the last 6 months. And 9 out of 10 events, if half of the seats are occupied, that's a good one. So when I walk into this room, I saw this audience. My nervousness just turned to excitement. So thank you guys. Thank you for being here. And before I start my speech, I need my little device. Thank you. So today's topic will be the promise of smart economy. I will briefly talk about a little bit background of me and the history of NEO, and then move on to the vision of NEO, smart economy. And then I will talk about what we will do, what's the next step for NEO in the next year or so. So first, 1997. I was born in 1980. So when I was 17 years old, I was a freshman in my college. That's in Guangzhou, in the southern part of China. I'm not a computer major, but I fall in love with computer, with internet, immediately when I have the chance to touch it. So at that time, the operating system is Windows 95, and my favorite search engine, Google even born that year, my favorite search engine is altavista.com. And I also spend a lot of my time accessing the BBS of my college, my university, through Telnet. And I become the moderator of a board. That board is named Virus and Security. And I started to teach myself assembly language and C language. And I started to find out a secret underground organization, a group of people called 29A. They have a virus e-zine, an electronic magazine. They have tutorials teach you how to write virus for computers. So I started to try to write my own virus and try to crack the hard disk lock of my college's computer and try to install my own hard disk lock. So computer became one of my hobbies when I was in college. And then someday I came across, when I was surfing the internet, I came across a blog. A blog is a very new thing at that time. That blog it's in Chinese, but it's called New Institutional Era. It is about economics. It's about new institutional economics. And it opened a door to me. So I get to know Austrian and Chicago School of Economics. So I get to know why free market is better for everyone. Why trade war is worse for everybody. So economics became my second hobby when I was in college. And then, almost 14 years later, I came across a new thing, something very special. It combines my two hobbies together, the computer science part and the economics part. That something is called Bitcoin. I came across a very brief news about Bitcoin in 2011, and I started to looking for more information about the technology, about the economics behind it. So I spent a lot of time thinking about research, studying on it. And I bought my first Bitcoin 1 year after. That's only like $10 for one Bitcoin. I regret I didn't buy more. And I even tried to run a Bitcoin business. At that time, the only business, the only startups you can do is an exchange. So I registered mtgox.cn and tried to set up an exchange and link the order book, the liquidity, to mongox.com. But that idea never materialized until 2 years later. Before 2013, there is no real community of blockchain or Bitcoin community in China. There's only very few people knows about Bitcoin. Very few people talk about it. But only after 2013, when the price of Bitcoin and other tokens went up dramatically, a lot of people heard of it and started to discuss it. So with other co-founders, we started a community called Bit Angels Club. It's very much like a very casual organization. It's not a company. It's not for profit. We organize different events like this, but not this big, only like 20 or 30 people. So we even invited Vitalik to China to do his first presentation in China. And then, when we are doing Bit Angels Club, when we are organizing all those events, we saw something very unique. There is a post on the forum. The forum is called bitcointalk.org. There's a post titled ASIC Miner, Entering the Future of ASIC Mining by Inventing It. It is posted by a Chinese guy, a Chinese PhD candidate. He said, during that time, mining Bitcoin is mostly done with GPU. He said, I have the ability to build an ASIC miner machine to mine Bitcoin. And that's 10 times, even 100 times more efficient than GPU. But I don't have the time, I don't have the money to do it. If you guys give me the money, I will develop the technology, and I will issue you guys shares that will be tradable. So he just listed his own Bitcoin address, and eventually he got 16,000 Bitcoins. At that time, it's only worth 150,000 US dollars. That's a small amount of money, but it's a lot of Bitcoins. And that guy is a genius. He made the first ASIC miner for Bitcoin in few months. And he issued shares of his ASIC miner, and it's listed on a very old exchange. It doesn't exist anymore. And the price of his shares when he's doing crowdfunding is 0.1 Bitcoin. And after a few months, it skyrocketed to 5 Bitcoins per share. So that's 50 times. And also, the price of Bitcoin also went up several times during that period of time. So everybody took part in the crowdfunding, is making money. They're very happy. But after 2 years or so, something happened there's some issue with the business. So the guy named himself Fried Cat just disappeared. Nobody knows where he is. And it's a miss. He is still missing. A lot of people are looking for him. So anyone that's holding their ASIC miner shares, the shares just go to zero. So that's a sad story. But we are inspired that we can really use cryptocurrency, use those tokens to do crowdfunding. And if we can do everything like exchange also on the blockchain, that will be really great. If we can distribute dividends on the blockchain, that will be even better. So we think we should build a blockchain for crowdfunding. That is the inspiration of NEO. And that's probably the very early idea, premature idea of ICO. And in 2014, I met that guy sitting in the chair, Erik Zhang. So I told him the idea, and he said very calmly, yes, I can do that. Yeah, so we started to design the system, the architecture, the infrastructure, everything, the economic model. It took us about 10 months, almost a year, to finish all the design. And then we started to write the white paper. We started to write the first line of code on GitHub. So that's 2015. And there are many different or unique features from NEO that's quite different from other blockchains. First, its consensus mechanism is very different. It's BFT, Byzantine for torrent style consensus. We are the first in the world to use a BFT style consensus for public blockchains. And we modified it. We updated with delegation. So we invented DBFT, or delegated BFT. And also we have two native tokens inside in the blockchain, NEO and Gas. We are also the first public blockchain to use a dual token system. And also our smart contract is very different from other systems like Ethereum's. You don't need to learn like new languages to write smart contract. You can use C#, can use Java, Python, JS, or many other languages to write your smart contract. And also the governance model is very different. We reserved 50%, half of all the tokens for the foundation, for the future development of the project. So we are having a very strong governance. That is ideologically very different from other blockchains. And because we have those innovations, we raised about $4.5 million US by 2 ICOs. At that time, I'm quite happy. 4.5 million, that's quite a lot of money. That's good enough for us to develop the technology. But comparing to last year's ICO, it's peanuts. I will talk about financial later. And then last year, 2018, we had our first developer conference in San Francisco. And same as today, it's fully packed. So that's the history of NEO. And now I come to the blockchain and the smart economy part. My understanding of blockchain is a little bit different from everyone else. So my understanding is that blockchain at its minimal form, it's distributed ledger. Especially for those consulting and private blockchains, they're just a distributed ledger technology. But it's not just a ledger. It's also a platform that you can build decentralized application on top of it. And it's also more than a platform. Usually those proprietary platforms, you cannot do things at your wish. You have to get approved by the owner. Blockchain is also like a network protocol. If you follow the protocol, your implementation will talk to other implementations. When we talk about protocol, TCP/IP, HTTPS just came into mind. So it's also an internet of value. TCP/IP and HTTP probably good for transfer informations, but blockchain is good for transfer values over internet. But my understanding is that blockchain is also more than that. It is also a new institutional technology. So with blockchain, we can have new forms of institutions. An institution is a kind of like social system that you can, there are many rules in there are rule sets in those systems that will define, that will structure how people interact with each other. For example, limited company is a kind of institution that human invented. Marriage is a kind of institution. Legal system is an institution, and even our government is an institution. But with blockchain, I believe we will see new forms of institutions come up, like DAO. DAO is a kind of new kind of company. It's very different from current limited companies. Like I just said, blockchain, in its minimal form, it's a ledger technology. And human beings had been using ledger for years. This is the evolution of ledger technology. We use clay tablets, we use tally sticks, and then finally we have distributed ledgers. And the interesting thing is, with different ledger technology, we have different form of economy. So the first form of economy that human society had experienced is primitive economy. And it's in a hunter-gatherer society. And people use clay tablets, use papyrus to record things. Because the technology is so primitive, there is no real private property during primitive economy. So everything is like equally owned. There's no real private property. And because of that, collaboration is very limited. It only happens between people, and sometimes in family, and sometimes in tribe level. And then, with the invention of agriculture, we moved into agricultural economy. And the political system are mostly feudalism. And we use tally sticks, and at the later stage, we use double entry bookkeeping. With that kind of ledger technology, we have the ability to record those ownerships. So there are limited private property ownerships. A lot of personal stuffs are owned privately, but the land, the means of production, the means of production in agricultural economy is mostly the land. The land is not owned privately. It's owned by landlords. It's owned by the king. So the collaboration is quite limited, still very limited. It usually happened at township level. And then, with the invention, we move into industrial economy. Today, most of the countries are in industrial economy, and most of the countries are either capitalism or either market socialism. And we use spreadsheet, we use digital ledgers to record ownership. And properties or ownership are either private, and sometimes in some countries, there are still public properties. And the collaboration can happen at national level. But we are moving into a new era, a new future. I believe in the next stage of human being, we will move into a smart economy. That will be very different from today's capitalism or today's market socialism. So in a smart economy, everything is digital. We will have all the currencies digital. We already, in China, it's already cashless. Very few people carrying cash with them. They usually use their mobile phone to pay for everything. So everything, the currency will be digital, and all the assets, those securities, will be digitized. And even like physical devices, IoT devices, will have digital forms. And even your identity will have its digital representative. And because everything is already digital, then we can use computer language to manage them. So everything will be programmable. And because everything is programmable, it's standardized. All the different systems can talk to each other. It's interoperable. But if everything is programmable, it will be very dangerous if all the information, all the digital representatives are stored in one place. That will be the single point of failure, or a honeypot for hackers. So we need a decentralized system to run those programmable digital representatives. And because it's decentralized, the trust is not based on a centralized authority. It's more based on the technology itself. And because everything is digital, it will be very transparent. It will be inclusive. And the most interesting is we will have a very different ownership model than today's ownership. Private ownership probably will not be a major form of property ownership in the future smart economy. We have programmable assets. We have programmable IoT devices. We will have a finer granularity to define when you have the control, under what conditions. So you don't need to really own something, absolutely own something. You just need to use it. You just need ability to use it. You don't even need to use the same device. You just need the same model. That will be okay. So we will have a shared ownership that is very different from today's ownership. And because everything is shared, everything is digital, I believe we will see a bigger global market, and the government will probably get smaller. And we will invent many new forms of institutions that we haven't ever been imagined of. So that's my vision about smart economy. And here comes NEO. NEO is an open network for smart economy. So I believe blockchain, especially public blockchains, will be the infrastructure for the future smart economy. But it won't work alone. You can't say that in the future all we need is blockchain. We still need other technologies, including AI, IoT, cloud computing, VR, AR, and big data. So blockchain will work with other technologies to facilitate the future smart economy. And what we need to do for NEO for the next year, or for this year, to better serve the smart economy, first, we will release a new version. It's called NEO 3.0. It probably won't happen in a few months. It probably will take us maybe a year, even maybe a year and a half. We have to be very careful because we want to do it, we want to change the architecture of NEO 2.0. We want to make it better, even, I can say, perfect. So we will do abstraction of assets. Today, there are two kinds of assets, smart contract assets and global assets under NEO. We will abstract them into one kind of asset. So in the future, there will be no global asset. Everything will be under smart contracts, mostly NEP5 assets. And we will also unify different transactions. Every transaction will be a user-defined smart contract. So there won't be like deploy contract transactions or invoke transactions. Everything is unified. And then we will also abstract, unify different smart contracts. We will have a native smart contract that is deployed on the client immediately after you install the client. So you don't need to, so every logic is under smart contract. And also we'll do proper layering. The layer 1 blockchain will not work for other applications. I believe in the future, most of the applications, they probably will not live on the layer 1 blockchain. They probably will live on the layer 2 blockchains. So we will redesign NEO to make it to have native support for layer 2 and sharding solutions. And also we are optimizing NEO's consensus mechanism, the DBFT mechanism. And also we need to incentivize on-chain governance. We need to incentivize NEO token holders to vote for consensus nodes. That's a big challenge. It's even a challenge in today's real-life politics. You need to incentivize people to vote for president. And also, we will have new functionalities, new functions, like internet resource access. So in NEO 3.0, you will have direct access to internet, to any URL. You can read the weather report. You can read the price of a certain stock. Just access the internet, and it will be recorded on the blockchain. And also, we will have better security. These days, there are so many decentralized applications. They can call each other. And if there is some malicious player deployed a bad dApps, that will be a disaster. So we will have similar system like iOS and Android did. We will have manifest and permission system. And also we need infrastructure, other infrastructure models to make NEO work. We need NEO-FS, the distributed off-chain storage solution. And it's developed by NSPCC in Russia, in St. Petersburg, and they will introduce their solutions, I think today or maybe tomorrow. And also we have a new identity solution that is from Swisscom blockchain. It's called, they will introduce their project later on. That's from the technical perspective. And also from governance perspective. We already, when we are doing those fundraising, there's no entity, there's no legal entities behind it. It's like a group of people. It's me, it's Erik. But last year, we decided to register a legal entity in Singapore. It's called NEO Foundation. So the purpose of registering NEO Foundation is to make the decision-making, make the financial reporting more formal, and make all the governance more transparent. I've been working on financial report recently, and I can share with you that we are pretty healthy with our financial. We have $2 million left in cash, fiat. We have Bitcoin and Ether equivalent to $7 million. And we also have over 40% of all the NEO tokens. That's over 22 million. I think that's more than that. It should be more than that. Anyway, it's more than 40% of all the NEO and gas tokens. So financially, we are quite healthy. And there are two subsidy companies or entities under NEO Foundation. NEO Foundation is the sole holder of NGD. The first NGD office is in Shanghai, and Johnson is the general manager of NGD in Shanghai, and he will give a speech too later on. So the function of NGD is to execute those strategies that are set by NEO Foundation, because NEO Foundation will not do a lot of like daily operation stuff. They will focus on strategy and finance. And then we have an investment arm. It's called NGC, or NEO Global Capital. And they are doing quite well. I would say they are better than 95% of all the crypto funds all over the world. So they are making quite good money. So that's the companies or entities directly under NEO Foundation. And then we also have community organizations. We have a core developer program. So we have a dozen of core developers for NEO today. And they are, NEO Foundations will pay them salary. And also we have communities, especially developer communities that is sponsored by NEO Foundation. There are about 10 or 11 those communities in different continents. So the next step for governance is more transparent and to further decentralize our consensus nodes. Today, we have 7 consensus nodes on our mainnet, and 2 of them are run by third-party entities. They are KPN, the Dutch telecommunication company, and also Swisscom blockchain. And also City of Zion. Swisscom blockchain is running a consensus node on the testnet. And we also need to optimize our development process. So before NEO 3.0, we just do the coding. We just do it first. But with NEO 3.0, we will do specification first. We've already had a specification or yellow paper for NEO 2.9, and Wang Longfei will talk about that later. And also, we will have proper quality assurance. So the quality of code will improve dramatically. And also, we will foster the ecosystem. We have the core developer program. We have new friends, which Tamara will introduce us. And also, we have sponsored many communities. And we will strive to improve the infrastructure of NEO, including NEO-FS, the distributed file system, NEO-ID, the game SDK, and layer 2 solutions, stablecoin schemes, decentralized exchange, including Switcho, Nash, and also STO solutions. So I've talked about the vision of NEO, that's the smart economy. But vision is something that's quite far away. We need a goal. We need something that's reachable. So that's NEO's mission. Last year at the DevCon in San Francisco, we set our mission. The mission is to make NEO the #1 blockchain by 2020. We only have a year or maybe 2 years, depends on how you define 2020, but by the beginning or the end. But at most, it's 2 years. Time is ticking, yeah. So how can we achieve that? So I need to explain what is the #1 blockchain. It's not the #1, the most expensive or the biggest market. It's to become the most favorable platform to build application on top of it by providing best performance, diversified ecosystem, and also compliant solutions. So I want to emphasize one word here, platform. So NEO, for developers, it's a platform. We need to cater developers. We are now in Seattle, the hometown of one of the biggest software company in the world, Microsoft. I think Microsoft, there probably nobody knows better than how to win a platform competition better than Microsoft, especially for computer language framework, computer language platforms. .NET, C#, .NET Core is not the first cross OS framework or runtime. Java is probably the leading in the market, but .NET is doing a very good job, and they're improving, and recently they open sourced. So we decided to set up an office here. That will be the second office of NGD, New Global Development. It will be called NGD Seattle, and it will be led by former Microsoft executives to drive developer adoption. And we are very lucky that we met two great people and great businessmen. They are John and Peng. Zhang is the former GM of Microsoft Digital and Microsoft.NET. He had been, and he and Peng had been involved with the birth of .NET very early on. And they have led a very big team, thousands of people, to make their business very successful. Zhang built Microsoft Digital and take it from 0 to 0.5 billion business worldwide. So Zhang and Peng will be the management of NGD Seattle. So if any of you guys want to realize the smart economy vision, want to help NEO to get our mission, probably you should drop a line to Zhang or Peng. Okay, my speech is about to end, and this is my last slide. It's a question I've been asked a lot. Why NEO is different from other blockchains? What's the difference between NEO and Ethereum? So what makes NEO different? There are many things different, like consensus mechanism, governance model different, economic model is different. But down to the core, I think the essential difference is the design philosophy. The design philosophy of NEO, we have a shared value is, or the community is pragmatic idealism. So I particularly like those lines. It says, pure pragmatism can't imagine a bold future. And pure idealism can't get anything done. It's the delicate blend of both that drives innovation. So let us be pragmatic idealists. And together, I think we can make the magic happen. Thank you. I should go that way.
All right. Thank you, Doc. All right. Our next presenter actually was labeled China's most valuable resource and was not allowed to leave the country. Actually, that is partly true. Erik is not with us today, but we do have a video in which he will be talking about some of the things that they're thinking about developing for the next generation of the NEO Developer Toolkit. So, if we wouldn't mind, start the video.
Hello everyone, this is Erik. It's
Hello,
a pity
Erik.
that I can't join the conference today in person for some reasons, so I recorded this video. What I want to share with you today is some of the improvements that may be included in NEO 3. First of all, we should make it clear, what is the goal of NEO 3? Why do we have to develop NEO 3? The most important goal in developing NEO 3 is to enable NEO to support large-scale commercial applications. Although it has been several years since the birth of the blockchain, no blockchain is currently capable of supporting large-scale commercial applications. What stops the current blockchains from supporting large-scale commercial applications? To properly support the large-scale commercial applications, the blockchain must meet some basic requirements. I have summed up 3 basic requirements. That is, reliability, performance or TPS, and storage. For reliability, there are 2 important features. The first is irreversibility, which means that once a transaction is confirmed by the blockchain, it cannot be reversed or cancelled. For financial applications, the cancellation of a confirmed transaction is unacceptable. The second is variability. That is, the network can always generate blocks or process transactions even under extreme network load. For performance, let's imagine that Alipay's business runs on the blockchain, which is currently impossible, because Alipay needs to process hundreds of thousands of transactions per second during peak hours. Therefore, raising the blockchain TPS to a very high value is also a prerequisite to support large-scale commercial applications. For storage, I mean big data storage. If you want to store a small amount of data, it is already achievable with smart contract. However, the amount of the data that large-scale commercial applications need to store is very large, and therefore, distributed storage must be adopted on the blockchain. In order to be able to support large-scale commercial applications well, NEO 3 needs to make some improvements. Let me introduce to you what improvements might be included in NEO 3. My following presentation will be divided in 3 parts. Some changes to the new architecture, new features of NEO 3, and other improvements. In NEO 3, we need to streamline the new architecture. There will be 3 changes. Firstly, is to optimize it for Layer 2. I think most of the applications in the future will run on Layer 2, and only when there is a dispute, the main chain is needed for arbitration. Although extensions of Layer 2 can effectively increase TPS, the improvement is limited. We can assume that the probability of disputes on Layer 2 is a certain value. Dividing the TPS of the main chain by this probability, you can get the approximate TPS of Layer 2. That is to say, there is a proportional relationship between the TPS of Layer 2 and the TPS of the main chain. The TPS of Layer 2 increases in multiple corresponding to the TPS of the main chain. Since most applications will run on Layer 2 in NEO 3, we will streamline the architecture of the main chain and work hard to increase the TPS of the main chain. Currently, NEO's smart contracts are used in 2 places. The first is the verification of transactions, and the second is the execution of applications. In NEO 2, there are 3 steps to verify a transaction, namely format verification, rule verification, and business verification. The purpose of format verification is to verify that the format of the transaction meets the requirements. The purpose of the rule verification is to verify that the content of the transaction meets all the rules we specify, such as whether the size of the transaction exceeds the limit. Business verification is a set of business-related verifications performed through smart contracts. Since the business verification executes the smart contract, and the execution of the smart contract depends on the past state, the verification of the transaction will be very slow. In NEO 3, we will move the business verification to the application layer. In the process of the transaction verification, we will only allow state-independent verifications. In this case, the verification efficiency of the transaction will be greatly improved. For consensus nodes, they may not even need to sync blocks for transaction verification, and the TPS will be greatly increased therefore. At the same time, at the application layer, we will add a lot of APIs related to the Layer 2 and optimize for Layer 2. The second change to the architecture is that we will remove all global assets. Currently, there are 2 ways to create assets on NEO. The first is a global asset created by registered transaction, and the second is a contract asset created by a smart contract. In practice, global assets are rarely used, and most applications create contract assets. This is because contract assets are more flexible and has more functions, such as you can create NP5 assets, you can create NFT assets, or create STO assets, and more. While global assets are not integrated with smart contracts, managing global assets in smart contracts is very difficult. For the above reasons, we do not need to continue to support global assets in NEO 3. And if the global assets are removed, NEO's architecture will be further simplified and the system performance will be improved. In NEO 3, all assets must be created in smart contract, even NEO and gas. The third change to the architecture is to unify all transaction types. Currently, there are 9 different transaction types in NEO 2, including minor transaction, issue transaction, claim transaction, and so on. These transaction types are either related to a particular business or have specific functions. For example, register transaction and issue transaction are related to the creation and distribution of global assets. Since the global assets no longer exist, these related transactions do not need to exist. Other transactions dealing with complex business will also be removed and replaced with the interrupt service in smart contracts. Therefore, in NEO 3, there is only one type of transaction, that is transaction. The role of the unique type of transaction is to run smart contract. Next, let's take a look at the new features in NEO 3. I will introduce 5 new features. The first new feature is native contract. In NEO 2, we already have smart contracts. They are written in a variety of commonly used programming language and compiled into NEO's instruction set, which runs in NEO.GAME afterward. Anyone can deploy their own smart contracts on NEO. In NEO 3, we will have a new type of smart contract called native contract. They are basically the same as ordinary smart contracts and can be called from each other. But they don't run in NEO.GAME. Instead, they run native code directly. They cannot be deployed but are embedded in core code of NEO. When the native contracts are upgraded, their hashes will not change. In NEO 3, NEO and gas will exist as native contracts. Another possible native contract is the voting system. Through the voting system, you can select consensus nodes and even vote on the mechanism of NEO. Another new feature is manifest and permission system. Everyone knows that in NEO, smart contracts can be called from each other. Calls between smart contracts provide great convenience, but it also presents some potential risks. Generally, when the user invokes a smart contract, there is no way to clearly know whether the contract behaves as expected. So we propose the feature of manifest and permission system. Each smart contract must expose a manifest and describe its behaviors in the manifest. 4 factors should be included in the manifest. The first is group. You can declare that the contract belongs to a group, so that the contracts in the same group will trust each other and call each other securely. The second is features, which describes what features are variable for the contract, such as storage, accepting transfers, and so on. The third is API, which describes the interface information about how the contract is called by other contracts or clients. Currently, we can generate API files through the compiler, but in NEO 3, you have to put the API in the manifest. The fourth is permissions, which lists the hashes and method names of all other contracts that the contract might call. If the contract calls the contracts or method that is not explicitly listed, the call will fail at runtime. In addition, The contract can trust other contracts in the manifest or expose their safe methods, such as balance off or total supply, so that other contracts can call these safe methods without permissions. Another very important new feature is Internet Resource Access. This is equivalent to a built-in oracle in NEO. The basic principle is that we allow users to access Internet resources in smart contracts. So we will add new interfaces to the encrypt services. Smart contracts access Internet resources through URLs. When such smart contract transactions are processed, the consensus nodes need to ensure the data consistency. At the same time, they also limit the length of the resource. If the consensus nodes can reach a consensus on the date they read, then the URL data pair are written into the block header. After that, all other nodes can read consistent Internet resources from the block header while executing the smart contract for the transaction. Another very important new feature is the improved DBFT consensus mechanism. In NEO 2, we already have the DBFT consensus mechanism, but its implementation is not perfect. Maybe you have noticed that sometimes there are occasional forked blocks in the network, but we have optimized the algorithm of DBFT in the past few months and to solve the problem. Next, I will briefly introduce these improvements. In the DBFT algorithm, there are three sets of protocols, namely consensus protocol, view changing protocol, and state synchronization protocol. The most critical is the consensus protocol, which is completed in 3 steps: prepare request, prepare response, and commit. In the original consensus protocol, we only implemented the first 2 steps, which is the reason why occasional forked blocks occur. At that time, we underestimated the probability of its occurrence. The second is the view changing protocol. When the consensus nodes cannot reach a consensus within a certain period of time, they will change the view and then vote again. There is nothing to improve in this regard. The last is the state synchronization protocol. If a consensus node is offline, when it comes back online, it needs to synchronize state with other nodes. The process is implemented by block synchronization. But in the new DBFT algorithm, we have added 2 new state recovery mechanisms: recovery log and recovery message. With this improvement, offline consensus nodes can recover from abnormal conditions more quickly. After these improvements, DBFT can truly make transactions irreversible, and will be the only consensus mechanism that can support large-scale commercial applications. It will be the best consensus mechanism for blockchains. The last and most important new feature is NeoFS. NeoFS is a distributed storage network built on NEO 3. Why do we have to develop NeoFS? Is NEO's smart contract not able to store data? Not really. That's because the storage of smart contracts is highly redundant, so its cost is extremely high. If you store a lot of data in a smart contract, the price will be very expensive. Therefore, we need to build a low-cost distributed storage network. At the same time, the storage network has its own economic model. First of all, it is inexpensive and can store large amounts of data. The users can use its space to store data by paying gas. And everyone can earn gas by sharing their unused hard disk space. In addition, NeoFS offers some additional features. You can encrypt the data to protect privacy, and NeoFS will be integrated with smart contracts, and the contracts can directly read data from or write data to NeoFS. Neo 3 will also contain many other improvements, but I will just list some of them today. We will add compression options for P2P protocol. We will add Merkle patricial tree for storage values verification. Since we have significantly improved the reliability and the performance of the system in Neo 3, we will significantly reduce the cost of smart contracts, allowing more applications to run on Neo. That's what I want to share today. This year, we will accelerate the development of Neo 3, and most of the relevant discussions will happen on Neo project GitHub. Everyone is welcome to participate in the discussion and propose your solution. Hope to see you guys next time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Erik. If you clap loud enough, I think he could hear you. No? By the way, how many people in the room here are developers? Show of hands. How many of you are .NET developers? Oh, well, one of the things about .NET is it has this concept called garbage collection, which is to say we want to make sure that we can get as much memory available so we periodically go through and reclaim all of the free spaces. We actually have a number of folks who would like to sit, so if there's a chair next to you that is empty, I would kind of like you to scooch in from the outside to fill in that chair so that other people can come in and join us. If you're sitting along the edges or if you're in the back and you're looking for chairs, there's a bunch of space right up here in the front where we can see you. Make sure you're paying attention. Nobody wants to sit in the front, huh? Can't imagine why. It's not like we're all going to be watching you. Because truthfully, when you're up here on stage, you really can't see past the first row of chairs. But it's often comforting to actually see human faces staring at you. So if you're currently hurting for a chair, look for a spot where people are moving. That suggests they're moving in. Or, like I said, we've got, especially over here in the front to my right, there's a number of empty chairs over there. I saw a couple of empty ones over here to the left. All right. Meanwhile, while people are still shuffling, I'd like to bring our next presenter to the stage. He's going to talk a little bit about Neo's global growth and directions they're going to go, et cetera, et cetera. So Zhao Chen, come on up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chen. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Hi, everyone. You can hear me? I'm happy to be here. Still a little bit jet lagged, but yeah. We're here in Seattle. Actually, I've been to another place last year. It's called Finland. You know Finland, Ubuntu or Linux, right? I found some similarities, Seattle and Finland, because, well, I think it's a little bit cold, and it doesn't, you don't see a lot of sunshine, but there are so many great engineers, industries. Wow, yeah. But still, personally, I'm interested in the exploration to find out the theory between the two places. Why? Yeah, I haven't found out, but please tell me later after a presentation. Yeah, I suppose a cold climate is a good reason. Sorry, can I have the device? Oh, I make the mistake. Thank you. Okay. So Neo global development and Neo global growth seems to me the growth actually is pretty much like an organic body. So it just grow from 1 cell to 2 to 4 to 8. doubles, doubles, doubles. And actually, I'm not a developer, but I can see in every technical movements, all the upgrades, all the improvements, things happen quickly. And sometimes they happen without being noticed. And you don't realize how many impacts are made by all the engineering, all the improvements. Until years later, you look back to the history and you realize, oh, that's a big change. So for NEO, it's pretty much the same. Erik did share his vision on NEO 3. Hongfei shared about smart economy. Do you think anyone think Erik was speaking Chinese? Yeah. Yeah, he's speaking English, but Chinese to me. No, not really. Kidding. So NEO's organic growth needs a lot of incentives. It needs a lot of input from actually everyone because we are building it on top of GitHub. And for everyone who knows about GitHub or who doesn't know about MIT license, please check it out. So it's open source. And in that perspective, we are really exactly on the same page. I mean it, seriously. So we like to improve actually from protocol perspective to peer-to-peer, to consensus upgrade, to even cryptography, and smart contract, virtual machine, security, DApps, and also user experience, general user experience data. We should focus on and talk about in the years later. Yeah, I like to have a little bit indulgence from audience, not including our lovely photographer, cameraman, or PSAV, but everyone else. Please indulge me and close your eyes for 10 seconds. Trust me, close your eyes, 10 seconds, nothing will happen. Something will happen in your mind. 10 seconds, there's no Big Bang picture on the PPT. Just imagine what will happen in 50 years' time. There we go. Yeah, please, eyes open, yeah. No one has real answer. Honestly, I'm not here to do concrete predictions. I'm not sure. I can't do that. Otherwise, I'll be a futurist. I will write stories, or I do something else. But I'm only sure that based on Hongfei and Erik and also other people within the blockchain industry have shared that our databases, our businesses are all running, not perfectly, but smoothly. Still, we see issues and risks. You probably know about what I'm talking about. So, single point failure, data silo, not being able to share data, and the data is copied and it goes somewhere else. So exactly where is the next thing? What's the long-term future? I'm not sure, but I'm only sure that the thing that we are working on, the blockchain protocol that we are working on, the NEO blockchain network that we are maintaining will, and with your help, will scale up. I have some banking background, less than 10 years in financial part. I know the term also, everyone knows so well, KYB, right? KYC, know your business, know your customer. We all know that. What about KYD? Anyone heard of that? I created know your data. Or actually, it's about know your data ownership. Yeah, simple as that. You know where your data is saved, who to share to, and on what conditions. Is it in smart contract decentralized system? How? And what's the reward? And does that data go there forever, kept by that person, entity, company? Is my privacy being used or misused, properly used, etc.? Yeah, so blockchain will be going into all the scenarios that I think I'm talking about that have potential risks. That being said, some concrete prediction from myself. This is a risky part for my personal reputation. But I think a little bit metaphor, I think for our daily life, air, water, education, Medicare, everything, these are important, right? And also for, if I can say China, for the post office, you can post a letter from one place to another at a very low cost because basically the law gives people the right to communicate. Same for telecommunication. I'm sure in the future, people will have fundamental access to a blockchain service or network, maybe for free. It's basic demand. But I assume if the users or entities, they have utility tokens, they can use more of the network, the service, the memories, etc. Yes, that's my little prediction. What I talk about the basic rights is from consumer perspective. Now coming back to developer perspective, I'm happy to see hands raising developers here, and anybody knows about radical transparency. It's been actually mentioned by Ray Dalio, the Bridgewater largest hedge fund in the world. I think this is interesting from only financial part, but look into our GitHub. Don't you feel that in developer perspective that we all are doing the same thing in our protocol sharing, in our protocol update, that we are empowering, we're enabling everyone to be part of this radical transparency about moving from current NEO to the next. I think I am sincerely asking our audience and also the people watching our video to look into our GitHub and join us. Join us in the radical transparency. When it comes to NEO project, it's just similar. It's very easy. It's not an investment world. There's no hedge fund. Just look into GitHub. And I think it's interesting to mention that there's a Warcraft world champion. His nickname is Insomnia. That's computer games. He's one of our community developer. Yeah. So for games, I think people love games. It's so easy to play a game, and I assume for developers it's easy to join NEO, join our ecosystem. Not necessarily into the team, but join our ecosystem. It's like I assume like playing a game. Last night I heard actually a very senior engineer told me when he's relaxed, when he's looking for fun, he does coding. Oh, that's the engineer. I don't understand much. I love that idea. So it's about inclusive. It's about equal involvement opportunities that I think we love to offer. It's not actually we offering. It's everyone offering us in return. And no matter where we are, I think everyone has at least the opportunity to communicate, to code, to hack, participate in a protocol that is up and running for 2 years, more than 2 years. The network is up and running for more than 2 years, and to continue. Continue. I don't know if this is a proper line that I made up. I think the protocol is of the developers, by the developers, and also for developers and also for all the users. Meanwhile, it's not only about the pull request, the quantities. It's also about quality. So even if just one line of comment, even if just one slight change, it might, please remember that, it might change the game. And I I don't know exactly what happened, for example, to Tesla and General Electronics, the alternating current and direct current. I am sure here in Seattle there's Boeing, one of the biggest aircraft manufacturer, but actually the inventor was the Wright brothers. So I think from Wright brothers to right now Boeing, Airbus, the change is huge. So there is huge technical creativity that I would like to ask everyone to join us and provide. For example, Bitcoin. At that time, there was no, I believe there's no lightweight wallet at the beginning. Every laptop, every server has to have very heavy ledger database in the hard drive. And now we can go mobile with all the blockchain network services. That's big change. Layer 2 has been brought up in some blockchain protocol 2016, and now it's been everywhere. So technical creativity. Please join us when you look into NEO GitHub and think about this. This would be super, super helpful for developers for NEO. Yeah. We know Hongfei mentioned also Erik is very interested in our documentation, our specification, and moving onward, all the tutorials. So anyone who's interested, who already understood some about NEO, join us and build also our tutorials. We all need your help. How? What does it mean when joining NEO? So GitHub, Discord. There are NEO enhancement proposals, and it doesn't stop. There are so many more proposals that people can propose and we can work on. Yeah. Yes. I try to make my presentation brief, and I know we are coming to a natural break point. Humbled not being developer myself, but proud being part of NEO team. And we really love to work with everyone, Seattle team, our communities everywhere. And welcome to join us. One last favor. Again, please, close your eyes 10 seconds again. I promise it's the last. And imagine what NEO could be next year. You don't say it. Yeah, keep it to yourself, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Open your eyes. I have done my presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so as was mentioned, our next speaker, his name is Break. And he's talking about food. And he's doing it out there. We'll start up again in about 20 minutes, at which point we'll take a slight left turn and talk a little bit about how all of this can relate to some practical matters in the enterprise and so forth. So we'll see you guys in 20 minutes. All right. Those of you who are actually paying attention, you get a chance at t-shirts that everybody else out there getting food won't get. Who wants a shirt? All right, first of all, we clearly tell that I suck at throwing, so I'm just going to do a couple underhand pitches here. Who else wants a shirt? All right. What's that? Oh, all right, fine. I'm going to come off the stage. I'm going to walk over because I neglected people, so clearly. Who was it I neglected? It was you? Would you like a shirt?
She wants a shirt.
No, she's yelling at me. She's being mean to me. All right, there you go. You get a shirt. All right, who else wants a shirt? Well, now the middle section's all feeling neglected. All right, back here. Work for it. What are you going to do for it? Dance. No, don't sing. Don't sing. Here, I'll give you a shirt just not to sing. How's that? All right. All right, couple of housekeeping notes I want to talk about. First of all, the conference is actually getting a fair number of drop-ins, walk-ins, and so if you're not wearing your badge because people should just know who you are, make sure you wear your badge. Otherwise, my two good Italian friends, Bruno and Guido, may pay you a visit and escort you someplace you'd rather not be. The other thing is there are still some openings for workshops tomorrow. If you're interested in doing a workshop around some of the various developer tools that NEO has, make sure to drop by the registration desk during lunch. They will be happy to sign you up. If you're not sure what's going on with the workshops, it's in the program. You can see what's available there. So if you're interested in doing a workshop, make sure you talk to the folks at the registration desk. Let me see, is there anything else I need to talk about? Let's see. Blockchain for digital. All right, our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Gude. Good? He's got good in his name, so you know he's going to be good about this. Drew is actually a managing director at Microsoft, and you should pay attention to him for two reasons. Number one, he's wearing a jacket. Number two, he's probably the only person at this conference who has more gray in his beard than I do. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew.
Thank you. Oh, let's check this gray out here. I don't know. Let's see. We're brothers.
Somebody
here.
don't take a photo of this and put it on social media.
Look, thank you very much for that introduction. You know, it's an interesting thing for me because I was always the youngest person in most of the conferences that I'm invited to, and most of the conferences that I have the privilege to speak at are really revolving around the largest enterprise organizations and public sector organizations in the world. So I'm typically the youth, if you will, of that community, and that's a little bit what I want to talk about today, actually. So my name is Drew Gude. I've had the privilege, actually, to carry on the great work that John Davidos started at Microsoft of developing and building out the Microsoft digital organization. And so I lead that worldwide for Microsoft. And we've grown that business substantially. And there's a huge amount of demand from our company right now to advise organizations on how to capture the business value of the digital era that Hongfei talked about this morning, of the smart economy. How are these large enterprises and public sector entities capturing and creating value for their shareholders? And so it's been an interesting journey. I've been with Microsoft 16 years. Very much like John, we started in developer activities. I was actually in the engineering organization building out server and tool platforms, and very quickly moved into the developer evangelism, spent some time in our services organization, led one of our industry business groups around our high-tech and electronics and semiconductor business, and then most recently have been leading this digital advisory services organization for Microsoft, where we have about 500 digital advisors around the world really engaged in what we consider to be some of the most provocative digital transformations in the world. And so I'm humbled and honored to be here. When John asked me to come, quite frankly, I was very nervous because while I advise executives every day on the value of blockchain, I'm by no means an expert on the details these days of blockchain. And while my personal roots started many years ago as a developer, as an architect, and even a co-founder of a company in the 90s, where in some ways you can say we might have been a pre-blockchain type of organization where we were sitting in the middle of complex buyer, seller, and logistics provider organizations driving an independent trust model to verify the order to delivery process to reduce ultimately reconciliation errors, which resulted in a reduction of what's called day sales outstanding. So in some ways, this topic is near and dear to my heart. And the concept of decentralization for me is very important. When you think about the worldview that Microsoft has right now, we think about two major transitions that have happened. We talk about the intelligent cloud and these massive amounts of compute that's popping up all around the world in these multi-billion-dollar data centers where many of us are powering so much of what's happening right now in enterprise and consumer markets. And then this concept of the intelligent edge, where more and more compute and processing power and sensor technology is being more and more embedded into the everyday things of life. And when you think about that intelligent edge in particular, you really start to think about the creative opportunities to greatly enhance the opportunity for mass decentralization. And given that intelligent edge and that mass decentralization need, I think it's an incredible fit for blockchain. But I want to just challenge the audience a little bit, given the fact that I spend most of my life sitting in boardrooms, talking to the largest companies in the world. We have to learn to speak the language of the business as well. And I think blockchain so far has had an incredible surgence from the developer community and the developer evangelism. But I think that when I speak to many of the largest companies in the world and their executives and their boards of directors, they just don't fully understand it. They just don't fully understand it. And so part of what I want to talk about a little bit today is how we and how I have learned and evolved over the years myself as coming from the developer community to really address the enterprise segment and how that enterprise segment can think in terms of this incredible technology and I think this incredible opportunity in the market right now. As a matter of fact, when we advise organizations, we really talk about three fundamental things. We talk about, first and foremost, if you want to evolve to be a digital business, which every company, by the way, is evolving to be a digital business. There isn't an organization that I've worked with, whether it be a potato farmer in Idaho or the most provocative atomic weapons organization in our government, that isn't thinking about how to create digital products and digital services and digital innovations to differentiate and accelerate the capture of value for them. And because of that, every company needs a digital platform to become a digital business. And I believe very strongly that, among many other things, blockchain is a critical platform for not just the smart economy, but the sharing economy as well, which is more and more we're seeing those shifts towards this mass decentralization and kind of micro transactions of, if you will, of the sharing economic model. The second thing we talk about a lot is culture. A lot of the enterprise companies that you are engaging with or developing applications for still have a very industrial revolution 3.0 mindset and management philosophy. And so much of what they think about in terms of trust, in terms of trust models, in terms of their own operating procedures, is very rooted in legacy from the last industrial revolution, not the digital industrial revolution that we're all experiencing right now. And so much of the opportunity and the threat to really see mass adoption of blockchain is really around change management and winning the hearts and minds of them, and then to see the culture shift from this very monolithic mindset to a very agile digital mindset. And the third thing is a digital approach we see. Many organizations lack a standardized methods in order to even really evolve towards a digital business. And I'm not talking about methodologies and frameworks. I'm talking about how the organization itself operates and compensates themselves and celebrates success or failure. There's still a lot of opportunity there for all of us in the room as we're advising these organizations. And I think it's those things that are going to create the tipping point. What's good about blockchain is that it brings you already right into the business. There's no shortage of headlines and hype and lots of conversation around blockchain. But every executive, nearly every executive in the Fortune 500 and every large government that I have the privilege and honor to advise struggle with connecting the dots of the opportunities of blockchain to how they can create ultimately shareholder value and how they can accelerate their differentiation in the market. They're struggling with it. They know it's something interesting, they've heard of it, but they don't fully understand the potential. But I think this is an opportunity for us all. I think that, like I said, while we're working feverishly as a developer community to win the hearts and minds of developers, we have to also come from the top down and win the hearts and minds of our business decision makers. Ultimately, these folks have the opportunity to write big checks and have categorical impact on the future of the enterprise segment in general. But I think the good news is that the conversation's happening, but many of the boards of directors don't have a real good sense as to what blockchain is and what blockchain isn't. In some ways, it reminds me of when my early days, even at Microsoft, and many years before, as a developer of the .network and the web services evolution ultimately, and all of that activity that happened. It started very much as a developer-oriented movement. In fact, at Microsoft, I remember the mantras of developers, 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 and that was great. And it served us well for a period. But then as more and more of the momentum and the budget shifted more into the business lines, there was a necessity to begin to be able to translate the innovation and the opportunity into business value realization. And so, in fact, to be honest with you, we've done a lot of work with a gentleman by the name of George Westerman at MIT Sloan. And George Westerman wrote a book recently called Leading Digital. And he's done a lot of research where he's showing that companies that are digital masters outperform in almost every circumstance to those that are not mastery of digital. So companies recognize that there is an economic advantage to accelerate their evolution to be more of a digital master. And so there's a lot of pressure in the market and a lot of pressure in the executive offices and boardrooms to accelerate this transformation so that they can capture, they think, more than their fair share of the value of the digital era. What's interesting too, we've seen, in fact, even at Microsoft over the years, when I think about just the pace of change and the shift in opportunities that's happening, the life cycle of innovation and value realization is shrinking. It's shrinking extraordinarily fast. In fact, it's almost like the banana industry. You know, by the time you pick the banana to get it to the shelf of a grocery store, you have a very limited amount of time before that banana is no longer edible or sellable. And very similar to what's happening in technology is that the pace of change has gone from multiple years where you can drop a version of Windows 95, for instance, on your computer I saw, or any other version. You had about 3 years to absorb that innovation, to implement that innovation, and to realize value from that innovation before a new version would come out again. And there was kind of a standard rhythm in the technology industry that about 1 to 3 year cycles of major product innovation was occurring. And that was good. It gave everybody an opportunity to develop a product, and then it gave the market the opportunity to absorb that innovation. And there might be a few laggards that were 1 or 2 versions, maybe a version behind. But very rarely did you see many organizations very far behind, multiple versions behind. But everything's changed now. Everything's changed. Even at Microsoft, we've gone from monolithic product cycles and versioning to daily build drops and weekly updates to all of our products. So the whole concept of being able to absorb the innovation and have time to settle it, if you will, and conduct all the change management has completely been devastated in the digital era. And because of that, companies have a much shorter amount of opportunity to capture the value of the next innovation. And so again, when I think about the potential of blockchain and the NEO platform, I think about the real opportunity to capture the value now, but don't spend too much time, because these cycles are shrinking and shrinking at a more rapid pace. Many companies right now are still in this scale thinking about efficiency innovation. They're still thinking about how can I run this workload here versus here at a cheaper rate, maybe a better scale, maybe a slightly more secure infrastructure, or maybe a more performant infrastructure. But as you start to move up the stack to effectiveness and transformation and ultimately disruption, the pace of change there is ferocious. And this is where I think for blockchain, we have an opportunity. It's the same set of outcomes. Everything I hear in these meetings that I participate in is people want to cut cost. They see the opportunity to mitigate risk, but most importantly, to reimagine the processes. And what I talked about at the beginning of the conversation for my own self was that piece of how do companies take a platform and a concept like blockchain and reimagine their business processes to accelerate and create new categories of value for their shareholders or new sources of revenue. I think it's a real opportunity there. Like I said, I mentioned myself, we created an application service provider in the 90s that was sitting in the middle of the supply chain reconciling that order to delivery process. And because of that, we were able ultimately to create a new business of securitizing and factoring receivables, actually, and cutting a tremendous amount of cost out of that. It was an interesting reimagine of what can be done in terms of how commercial capital is moved and how the trust models across the supply chains are made. And I think there's a real opportunity here. I think we all know, and the enterprises know very well, that they live in a world of high risk right now. And so I think that more and more businesses are recognizing these decentralized trust models, and they feel the pressure of not only the operational inefficiencies, given the mass proliferation and scale of trading partners and networks, but they also see massive risks in there through their data and through their brand. And there's numerous examples of organizations and companies that have recently, for whatever reason, had issues within their supply chain that has resulted in a real brand degradation to where their shareholders paid a significant price. Whether it be contaminated food from lettuce going to a major restaurant chain that ultimately almost destroyed the brand of that restaurant chain because so many people were getting sick from salmonella, from bad lettuce, to the very governments like the US that are spending billions and billions of dollars a year in fighting tax fraud, to banks that are paying lots and lots of fines for things that they may not be in total control over. So businesses recognize the trust opportunity there. So how do we go? One of the big things I think right now we have to think about as a community is how do we move from a blockchain project to this continuous program of change, to this idea of this virtuous cycle of innovation and creation of shareholder value or economic value for these clients that are absorbing this innovation. And I think this is a big question that at Microsoft we've grappled with for the last several years, is really the notion of going from just a great project to sustaining a rhythm within these large enterprises to drive this virtuous cycle of innovation and value creation. So how do we get there? A couple things. One is, as you're thinking about the projects that you're engaging on, is you got to think about not just the big dream and the provocative scenario that's going to transform the business, but you've got to think about the steps along the way to get there. And I would assert that you've got to design for kind of an outside-in model or a future back, where you're really thinking about that end state and you're thinking about this kind of what we like to refer to as dream big but start small. So how do you take something aspirational and break it down into bite-sized chunks? In fact, what we work on a lot, and I would ask this community to really think about, is in every project you're working on, in every blockchain activity, how do you root it in the value of the organization? And how do you measure and model, not an ROI model necessarily, but an opportunity cost model that says, look, if you don't begin to exploit the potential of this platform, this is the opportunity cost to your shareholders that you are missing by not making the change. And so when we think about prioritization, this is a critical conversation that we have with executives all around the world as to what are you trying to do? And not everything is going to be aspirational. In fact, in many cases, there's a number of projects that you have to start small and work your way up into a set of projects and ultimately programs. And I think from my experience, this is where this community and this platform has a real opportunity, is how do you find those small wedge entry points into the organizations? And then as a community, how do you package and synthesize some of these repeatable patterns and practices that you see over and over again, so the community's not having to build from scratch every time somebody wants to do the same thing? So how as a community are we contributing those patterns and practices to the global network of developers on the platform so that we can start to grow this, implementation in the enterprise from just a single project or an experiment in a corner to becoming a real mainstream component of their digital platform strategy as they evolve to a digital business. I think the second thing you have to be mindful of as you're thinking about your engagements in the market is their digital maturity. And we think about maturity very simply, kind of if you were to base it out in kind of people, process, and technology. Do companies have the right culture and the mindset that we talked about earlier? Do they have those right processes, and do they have the right technologies and investments and platforms and competencies and proficiencies in their organization to realize the economic potential of that innovation of the blockchain? And so this is a real important thing because many companies, quite candidly, are not ready to take full advantage, but many companies are ready to start small. But I think it's a journey in many of the large enterprises and public sector companies to think about this. So look, I know that we're short on time. I want to just leave you with this. What are your big ideas? I think we've got to continue to challenge ourselves to not just think about the technology and the innovation of the platform, but the application of the platform into business scenarios that drive value. I think that's the critical thing I'd like to leave you with. And I want to thank you guys very much. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you. And I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Appreciate that back from you. Thank you. All right. So next up, we have Miha. Miha, what is your title besides extremely expensive consultant at Accenture? Managing Director. These both work. Miha is actually somebody I've known for many, many years from the Microsoft community. We've spent a lot of time arguing over architectures, and he's here to talk a little bit about how to do it right with blockchain.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I will try to be as brief as possible. As you heard from Ted, my name is Miha Kralj. I'm actually also a resident here in Seattle. I spent 15 years in Microsoft, several years in Amazon Web Services. Now in Accenture, I lead what we call cloud native engineering. So my team is mostly targeted to talk to our clients, to our customers, how to do the new things, because it's not just blockchain. You probably noticed that we are living in this era of what I call Cambrian explosion of new technologies. So instead of going to a client and start to talk about how to use Kubernetes and how to use NEO.GAME and how to use all of those new modern things that any traditional customer just goes like, I have no idea what you're talking about, I will try to give you a little bit of the very simplified versioning how to talk to enterprises, particularly about the blockchain. Where does it fit in their mental model? And how do we actually bring the whole idea of that very open distributed ecosystem that blockchain is into mentality of a typical architect or executive at the customer side? So the way how we are trying to position what is really happening now, we are trying to explain that we are doing very much IT systems development in waves, generation after generation after generation, again and again and again, throughout the history of IT. And it always starts by changing the architectural model. Somebody really smart sits down and says, oh, this is all wrong how we are doing it now. For example, it's wrong to do a monolithic COBOL-based architecture. Let's go to a client server. Oh, it's wrong to do client server because we can't do the right requirements, we can't do the right distribution, we can't do the right viewpoints. Let's move to service-oriented architecture or microservices architecture or whatever comes after. So architecture is always the one that leads the way to actually drive the change in the enterprise. Once we have a new architecture defined, it always gets to a new process. How do we develop? Which currently mostly you can look into this process of agile DevOps approach and you can think about it, how historically that evolved. The third thing, once you have a new architecture, once you have a new processes done, it is mandatory that you start to think about two core things on the so-called platform. One is the persistence, which kind of historically we called it storage, then we called it databases and so on and so on. But on a persistence level, we always look for about the same things. When we talk about to a client about what persistence really mean in a different architectural styles, what persistence mean in a different development process, we look into, is data properly available? Is data integrity intact and can we get assurance? Is data durable and so on? And it doesn't even matter what generation of persistence you do, we usually try to do this, we try to achieve the same objectives on a persistence layer. And you probably notice why I'm spending so much time on persistence, as you will see on the next slide. The last one is then the platform. Where does the stuff run? Right? Does it run on a big mainframe, or is it slightly distributed, or is it actually containerized? Does it run on a serverless kind of a fabric within a cloud? But this is the typical set of four things that we see again and again and again. About every decade, we do that turn. Right? If you're looking in the 90s, and I call that era the Gothic era, we did everything on a monolithic mainframes with a waterfall development. Relational databases were the bomb and replication was the thing, right? And at the bottom, of course, we ran all of that on a mainframe class machines. I'm not going to go to every single darn tower that you see here. But when I'm talking about cloud native systems to my clients today, literally saying it's ready now, there is no risk, not just low risk, there is no risk, it's totally proven, and it's kind of a today's traditional model. That's the one that I call the modernistic era. We will take microservice architecture. We'll take agile with DevOps as a development process. We'll take usually in-memory databases, highly distributed in-memory database, and use the data streaming for data persistence, put all of that on top of containers. The core point is that we already know very well what is that next generation of technologies coming. For every client that wants to play with something that can be productionalized under some supervision today, but it generates the next version of what the next systems will look like, we are changing the architecture. We are going towards what we call RED, reactive event-driven architectures. We are changing the development process and going out from traditional agile DevOps much more towards the lean development practices. We're changing persistency, and that's where blockchain fits. And we are changing, of course, the execution platform, which is going from containers to serverless. The reason why I'm focusing on this is because when executives are asking me, they go, Miha, what is this blockchain thing? Everybody talks about like it's completely revolutionizing everything and it's new. No, it's a darn database. It's a distributed, broken database. Now, what do you mean broken? Well, it is mathematically created that it cannot delete and it cannot modify. So in the traditional CRUD model, create, read, update, delete, you can create and you can read. And you can distribute that database across the ecosystem. And that's it. It's a database that you can use. Now comes back to the question, what could you use the database that you can distribute across multiple parties, that you have a guaranteed inability to delete and guaranteed inability to modify? If you would have such a distributed database, what could you use it for? And that's very much where always comes back to the discussion, why do you need that? What is wrong with traditional Oracle database or with a NoSQL database or with IMDb database? Why do I need a new database? We usually come to the 4 core things that we try to explain. First one is much more is on a redundancy level. When you are replicating, have all of the distributed copies of the data and maintenance, the whole redundancy of data creates a big issue. Second one is because you don't have a synchronicity between those redundant copies, at least not immediate synchronicity. Second one is copy-pasting the data. We really don't know where the data is coming from. We have no idea how has it been changed. If it is not ledgered type of the recording in the database, we have no idea when you modify the record what was it there before, which is not a good thing for pretty much any system that we do these days. Third one is control. And of course, the fourth one is all about security. And I think that you know about both of those two quite well. So this is what I draw usually on a whiteboard to an executive. I'm going, this is how you do things today. Every one of your nodes that needs the data, even when we were doing the data streaming, they send messages, they change the data all around in each distributed store, and then you have to reconcile it back. And the whole idea of kind of going, asking for a data, can you send me what I need? Can I pull back the stuff out from your system? Did you get it? Can I get the confirmation that you received my replication copy and so on? All of these are necessities of the past. Because once you switch it over to that new distributed guaranteed persistence, which of course is blockchain, once you look underneath the hood, how is that implemented? It's actually very simple that you can distribute that whole node set of data across the whole ecosystem. And even more so this is current generation, once we go even more towards the homomorphic encryption, that you can actually compute and modify the data while it is still encrypted. So you can't read the data itself, but work on it. You can do additions, you can do modifications, and even when you do the changes on the encrypted data sets, you can't read the actual content. And that's very much where it comes to this whole idea that data stays secret and flows around the ecosystem while we can still work on it. Somebody will compute on it, somebody will add additional value add without exposing unnecessary amount of secrets. Comes back to the whole question, this is the next generation of distributed persistence. It's just a database for a traditional way of thinking person. I understand I'm oversimplifying and lots of people are raising their eyebrows, but that is how you talk about blockchain to somebody that goes, I don't like new things. It's not a new thing. Yes, it is, but it's not. The second question I always get is, when do we use blockchain? Because we in Accenture, we are using blockchain now on cases for over 2 years. But we created a very specific way of thinking when we are analyzing the requirements, which very much brings us down to those 4 key questions. And you need to get answer yes on all 4 in order that we can confidently say, this is a really good use case for a blockchain. First one is there a value in sharing the data? If there is no value in exchanging just some logs or something like that, just kind of a conformance, yeah, probably you could use something much more traditional like APIs or something like that. Are multiple parties involved? Because if it is all within the same party, it is all within the same company, again, we can do it with a much more traditional persistence technologies. Third question is there a mistrust between parties? Do they inherently have to trust to each other because they are in some type of a consortium or whatever? Or is that inherent mistrust? And the fourth question, of course, can those mistrusted parties agree on common rules? And again, if they cannot agree on common rules, most probably the APIs become much more prevalent way of sharing the data. Getting yes on those 4, it might look very restrictive. It's not. It's a massive amount of use cases that we can actually do. I brought here 10 fundamental capabilities, and I'm not going to go through every single one of them. Just a couple of them that kind of try to look into how we treat digital twins or high-value, scarce digital assets, how are we actually tracking, doing the non-repudiation or immutable trails of modifications between different parties. How do we track assets throughout the life cycle? It doesn't matter, are we tracking the value chain from production to distribution, or Drew mentioned the food distribution before. Tracking assets is a great case for a distributed ledger. Also transferring assets. I'm working with quite some of the distributed financial institutions similar to, let's say, Western Union, where you can actually, when you send money on one side of the planet, that the receiver on the other side of the planet in the branch of another subsidiary on the same network can immediately actually, they can cash out because they got kind of a IOU statement across the blockchain. So we have 10 really well-defined fundamental capabilities that we know very well how to implement blockchain, and it works really, really well today. Now, on the opposite end, I want to talk about total cost of ownership of blockchain. Because very frequently, I either hear, oh, it is super cheap and easy and free, or on the other extreme, they're going, oh no, we don't want to run that. We heard that cost is ridiculously high. You need so much of a computational power to make all of those ciphers and so on. So let's start with that other part first. I think that the whole Bitcoin community really harmed the blockchain ecosystem because of amount of required computational power that where we read about those Bitcoin mining farms and amount of GPU capabilities. Even if you're looking at every cloud provider, whenever a cloud provider is hacked, you know, a specific account is hacked, most commonly the high bills on a hacked account will go after a GPU instances for Bitcoin mining. I always need to separate the Bitcoin and that very specific use case out from the rest of the blockchain. That blockchain is a technology underneath the Bitcoin, but there is nothing else that correlates them. So running costs should not be super high, are not super high. But the total cost of ownership of a good blockchain implementation does need to include some cloud-based infrastructure, does need to include those, I call them blockchain components, right? That you actually need to create the code and the gluing and the smart contracts. But do not forget that blockchain will most probably replace something that was there before. So decommissioning of the old technology can be especially expensive, depending on what type of the use case we are going after. If you decide to go after a crown jewel of a bank, yes, blockchain can replace the crown jewel of a bank. But it will be really expensive to displace that system, just because of the decommissioning and transitional efforts. Now, let me leave you with this. This is my last slide here. Where are we when it comes to distributed ledger technologies? Right? We already passed those basic elements from what is it and how can it be used and is there a value. I still talk occasionally to companies that they still need to get that refresh. But in general, the right discussions with enterprises today should be very much, can we transform our own industry? Can blockchain transform our own market? How do we do that? What is the minimum viable product that we can do with blockchain to prove that it works the way that we would like it to work? So architecturally, again, blockchain fits into persistency, highly distributed persistency as a technology, supported with all of the others, as we heard at the beginning of the keynotes. And it is inevitable next generation of persistency technologies. It will probably change the world, just like, let's say, Oracle database changed the world in the 80s, right? It is transformational technology. We just need to use it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Miha.
Cheers.
I think Miha is the first person I've heard in years that said something positive about Oracle. Well done, sir. So from talking to the really expensive consultant, we now go to quite possibly the complete and opposite utter end of the spectrum, which is to say, let's talk to somebody in government. Let's talk to Dr. Joseph Williams, who is Governor Inslee's ICT sector lead, and I think he will probably need to explain that to us, because I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Oh, this is going to go well.
Thank you.
Take care, sir.
So I've spent a bunch of my professional life following Miha in presentations, so we'll see how we all stack up. I also want to thank John Devidas and NEO for inviting me to have this small talk with you. People don't like regulators. It's just how it is. Blockchain has attracted a very aggressive, almost anarchist type ecosystem to start with. And so when they think about regulations, they tend to just tune out. The problem is, think about Canada. Think about your founder dying with all the codes to access your wallet, and now suddenly $130 million is completely unavailable because nobody can get to it. So what do you think the first thing the company did? They ran to the government and said, can you help us? And in fact, as you guys know, there's no way to fix this problem, so it's a problem of great interest. So let me say the state of Washington separates its thinking around crypto versus blockchain. Crypto is regulated by the Department of Financial Institutions for money transfers and things like that. Department of Revenue wants to get its tax revenue off of crypto, and there's a B&O tax if you're a crypto miner. And the Attorney General is the unit of the government that chases after you if your ICO was invalid or illegal or violated securities laws or consumer fraud laws. So that's crypto. We don't have an official position on crypto. We don't accept crypto for tax payments. Crypto is still viewed as being very early stage, and we largely follow the federal government's lead here. Blockchain is entirely different. We see blockchain as a very interesting enabling technology. What we worry about is not whether NEO can build some great NEO 3 platform, because we assume they will. What we worry about is, how does blockchain enter into the way we do commerce? How do you introduce blockchain evidence in a law case? How do you, what happens if somebody actually loses their keys and can't access what they have reposited in the blockchain? What happens if? So we go through a lot of what happens if. The public interest around blockchain, right now, there's not a lot of trust in government. So we see blockchain as a way to potentially restore some trust in government. When you vote, do you know that your vote was really counted? There's some interesting applications of blockchain in that realm, and we're looking at that. Our motivation, at least my motivation as the sector lead, is to make sure that the state of Washington has a very capable blockchain ecosystem. A good one for development. I know many of you in the audience because I've been attending blockchain events now for 3 years as we support everything that's happening in the blockchain ecosystem. There are some weird intergovernment environments. There are things which get regulated at the state level, some at the federal level. There are weird regulations with the way money has to move and what a smart contract looks like. There's tribal considerations. There's all kinds of things that you're probably never going to think about. Hopefully at some point your risk officer or your lawyer will think about, and we think about all the time. The other thing with blockchain is how do you take blockchain evidence into court? One of the earlier speakers talked about smart contracts. You can say I've created as much smart contracts as you want, but until a court actually accepts it as a smart contract, it's not a contract, right? So there's a lot of law that has to happen around this. I sit on the practice of law board for the state, and that's one of the groups that sits there and says, how do we introduce this kind of evidence? What does it look like? Those sorts of things. And then ultimately, we all care about the compact that the 50 states have entered into around the Uniform Commercial Code, and we want to know that everything that's happening conforms with the UCC and is a way that we can actually manage business risk. Right now, if you were to go out into Wenatchee, Washington, and ask people on the street about blockchain, they would largely tell you that they think blockchain is ransomware, it's illegal transactions, it's enabling the Chinese to dominate consensus, those sorts. Actually, Wenatchee is a fairly sophisticated city for crypto because they have a lot of crypto miners. But the bottom line is there's a negative perception of blockchain. So what can the state do? The state can actually provide confidence in blockchain as a technology and help stabilize the market. So we get quite a few investors who are interested in what's the state of the law in Washington around blockchain. Will you recognize a smart contract? What does it take? How do I enforce something? What does immutability mean? I'll talk about immutability in a second. But so that's part of what we do. We're also looking at what blockchain can do to make government more efficient. Mental health records are a perfect example of a blockchain use case because you need to make these portable. You need to have sovereign identity in place so that the patient can control the portability of those records. In the correctional system, if you are an inmate and you are going through training, how do you actually prove, demonstrate that you've gone through that training? Blockchain could be a very good solution for that. So what the legislatures are trying to do, and we have a bill right now in front of the Washington Senate, State Senate, is remove impediments. Where can we see things where we can make a small change that will actually make a big difference in the blockchain ecosystem? And one of those, I probably won't get to the slide, but it's a Senate bill that gives blockchain the same legal status as digital signatures, electronic signatures, and that's a big move for the state of Washington. I'll skip the last point. Okay, what do regulators, and by the way, I'm not a regulator. As the sector lead, I'm a policy advisor, so I share with the governor my thoughts on these things, and then I share with other agencies how we think about blockchain. But I can tell you the people who do regulate, they hate risk. So voters tend to punish elected officials who make risky bets that fail. And so they tend to avoid risk. They absolutely hate the dark web, and they hate anything that happens on the dark web. They hate money laundering, intensely hate money laundering, and they even more intensely hate child porn. So you probably know 3 years ago there was an instance of some child porn being reposited in, I think it was the Ethereum blockchain, caused a crisis in the legislature about, oh my gosh, it's an enabling technology for one of the worst sins possible. You guys love immutability, but the reality is if you've ever done money transfers, and when I used to work for Microsoft and you're in the middle of a big set of Microsoft speakers, You know, we would move money electronically, and every once in a while a mistake would be made, and you would have to reverse that. Or you would file a contract, and the contract would need to be amended and reversed in some fashion. And one of the things regulators worry about is, if things are immutable, how do you correct mistakes? Because believe it or not, mistakes are made frequently. I worry about how I measure economic activity. So we make investments as a state in sectors that are hot, or in you know, just think university majors. So how do we know what the hot majors are and where we want to put the state's dollars in terms of hiring new professors? We need to have some indication of that activity. Once you're in blockchain, a lot of that transparency is lost, and we don't know how to count, and that's important. I know you guys hate to hear this, but we need to tax what has to be taxed, because governments use tax dollars to provide services. And then one of the big issues in the state of Washington is blockchain mining, not crypto mining, but blockchain mining takes a lot of power. And there's a big issue in this state about whether that's what a green state wants to invest in. Some imminent policy issues. So you have a blockchain smart contract. The parties that entered into it were one in Washington, one in Arizona. It was put into the NEO blockchain. Where's jurisdiction? So we have a problem. We have a dispute. How do we resolve that dispute? And we don't know how to do that yet. Is there an implied service level or warranty? We don't know how to enforce that in the blockchain world. If the service doesn't work, who's liable? How do you keep the data private, and how do you make it transparent when it needs to be transparent? I already mentioned the fact that we don't know how to introduce blockchain-style evidence yet. And then I heard one of the NEO speakers talk about, we're going to scale to enterprise. So that's a marketing claim, right? What does that mean? How does that get enforced? That's a legal consideration, and it's one that the state will get involved in if there ends up being some sort of contract dispute. So I will get to this. This SB 5638 is the bill introduced by Senator Brown. She's trying to recognize the validity of basically DLT technology as a valid instrument in the state of Washington. It has been, hearings have already been held, and the vote on this is going to happen on Tuesday. So that's all good. I have a pretty good feel that this will get passed. I don't know if it'll make it through the House, but we're waiting to see what that looks like. In the meantime, you probably know Wyoming's gone nuts. They're passing a blockchain bill a week, it seems like. And we watch them with great interest. Much of the language in this bill was actually provided by some folks in Wyoming. So we are paying attention to what goes on out there. The last thing I'll mention is consensus and all the things that you put out there in terms of how your blockchain works. That effectively becomes a contract, and the state will take a great deal of interest in how you perform against that contract. So if you make a bunch of promises and then ultimately you can't deliver on those promises, that will be likely some kind of contract breach, which is resolvable in the courts, but there could be some sort of state action around that as well. By the same token, the state can actually intervene and support certain things that happen. So there might be incentives for the state to weigh in and say that smart contracts, for example, are a good way of doing these things. So I know Miha ran a little over, so I'm going to give you back the 3 minutes that Miha ran over. So thank you very much. Yes, happy to take a question.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Hold on.
Ted, go, go, go.
This is how I get my exercise.
Thank you. The Canadian government recently detained a Chinese official, high-ranking from Huawei Technologies.
From Huawei, yes.
Yes, oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, pardon me. What's the governor's stance on this?
I have not heard the governor talk about this. So that's really more of a federal issue. And I will ask him next time I see him. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, Joe. Thank you. All right, so next up, as Joe mentioned, we've got a block of Microsoft speakers. So wouldn't be appropriate unless we ended the block with a Microsoft speaker. And of course, Joe also mentioned the notion of the enterprise. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to welcome Pablo up to the stage, Pablo Junco. He's going to be, God, you have, I think, the longest title of anybody here. Deep breath. The Director of Worldwide Apps Solutions Strategy at Microsoft. You're going to have to explain what that one is.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pablo.
Thank you. So really nice. First of all, my name is Pablo Junco.
You need that.
Junco, not Junco. That is
Junco.
I am not
Junco.
Chinese. I am not American. I am Cuban. And yes, we are going to talk about open economy. Don't worry about that. First thing, introduction. Second part is blockchain is really nice. And by the way, Delta love me because thanks to Delta, thanks to blockchain, now I have a Diamond member, which means that I have a lot of conversation with people and developer and organizations across the world. And my session today is to share with you what we have been learning in order to help the blockchain community to move to scale. So what I want to share with you is anything that I'm going to share with you is based on my tour and my team tour around the world. We have set of great customer stories. And today we are going to share with you a couple of them and also to share with you which are the capabilities and the characteristics of those engagements. So today we have experience of over 400 blockchain projects running on top of Azure. That is the experience that we bring today. And by the way, this experience is across the world. So you can see also some common pattern between one continent or time zone to another one. Also, it's not just about banking. Banking, when we started the job, when I got the job, was 85% of the engagement that Microsoft had around blockchain. Today, as we can see, it's more about several organizations from different industries working together. It's not just that. It's about several industries working together as well. So it's always a cross-industry collaboration. Something that I always know, that behind of any single contract, every single agreement between two companies, there is one simple thing. It's about trust. Trust. And that is the main reason that the enterprises behind the job and the CIO saying, we need to do something cool, which means blockchain, we need to make sure that when we have a blockchain project in the enterprise, we always are facing something about trust because companies, they want to work together and that is kind of expensive to build the trust. And we have several use cases. And every time I read the press and a blog, I found more use cases. And at the end is the enterprise cannot fulfill all the use cases. To give you an idea, I count 82 different use cases. However, I also see a pattern between them. So from the enterprise point of view, the most frequent scenario is about know your customer. Know your customer, they have several instances. For example, loyalty. It's different implementation, but the pattern is the same. We also see a lot of cross-boarding RMS or customs, as I'm going to show you. Supply chain collaboration is key, and I see a lot of projects on that one. Also, digital NDA, making sure that we can track a product from their production, from the beginning, when we have raw products, and it could be a product that we are going to assemble based on several parts, or it could be a diamond that is going to be divided in several pieces, and we still need to know some traceability. The reason I want to share these use cases is because if you want to win money with blockchain, you need to focus on those scenarios that really make sense for the enterprise, and they are listed right now behind me. We have several stories, and by the way, I will share where to find it. But let me share with you a couple of things between them. In the enterprise, it's beyond the blockchain. The blockchain is the enabler. It will really unblock a lot of scenario. But you need to understand that the customers our larger enterprise, the one Drew was talking about, they are facing several challenges. And they also have some needs that need to be solved. The first one is about identity and key management. You need to make sure that when you're facing a blockchain project, the identity inside the blockchain is just an attribute. We need to make sure that the enterprises and the government, they are able to map the identity inside the ledger without their system, to make sure that the users are able to talk and to speak with application APIs. If those, the adoption is going to be low. Also, it's about options. You need to consider that the enterprise doesn't have the skill that you may have. So which means that it's nice to have the source of truth in the blockchain, and that's fine. Don't stop doing that. But you also need to make sure that you have some kind of data outside the ledger using technology that people knows. They have the right skill, such as SQL, MySQL, Cosmos DBs, etc. You need to make sure that you have those data there, because the enterprises can go access, get some insights, and make some action. And by the way, the only thing they need to do is, after experiment, after a query, is to make sure that they just get, this is the document I see from the outside the chain. I just need to validate that this is the version that I have inside the ledger. And that's it. So try to make sure when you build the solution that you also provide some extensibility points outside. And by the way, I love today's presentation, today's keynote from the NEO team. Something that all the enterprise are asking is, hey, man, Pablo, it's great, the blockchain. It's great that we can save costs about sharing the data. But at the same time, you know what? I will not move my risk management system, my user account system, to the blockchain. That is damn expensive. What I need is to make sure that I can build a smart contract, we call it a smart contract, that are able to create business logic with data inside the ledger and outside the ledger. So please, if you're going to test something tomorrow, I would love to test and follow the announcement today, the Internet Resource Access. That feature is key, and customers really need to get access and make decisions with data outside the ledger. Please consider that in your scenarios. And of course, is integration. I'm coming from the island. Cuba is the island, in case you don't know. So get off the island. It's important to make your blockchain project, but if your blockchain project is amazing, but the enterprise cannot connect it with the enterprise system, is not going to fulfill. It will not help them to create value. It will not help to create to build new systems. And finally, is blockchain in the enterprise is just the 45%. By the way, I manage 1,600 consultants, developers. They really do code. And the code that we had at the end is 25%. The other 75% is about getting the data, injecting the data inside the ledger, making sure that we have some processing. And once the data is in the ledger, we do the beauty. But it's beyond the ledger, a lot of things that we also need to make sure that happens. And there is a full network, and because we have a tight time today, I will not cover that one. But when you design an enterprise solution, you need to make sure that you analyze the entire cycle. So I will not cover that one because I want to share with you a couple of scenarios to make sure that you understand what our enterprises are doing. Something that I also love from today's keynote is that blockchain is just one technology. It always, any single project always has a supporting technologies. For example, we are doing an amazing project with Singapore Airlines. In this particular case, it's just a wallet. It's a wallet to make sure that the flyers, the customer from Singapore, they are able to pay with their miles with in the hotels, in local shops, in supermarkets, etc. And the idea is that every single participant, the supermarket, the hotels, they just register and roll inside the blockchain. They say how much is a trade exchange between the hotels, the cars, and the money, and the miles, which means that I can buy a car, or I can rent a car using my miles, a combination of mile and money, And at the end, because we are using that, everything is tracked and stored inside the blockchain, we are able that Singapore Airlines and the partner can basically get the money without the need of a lot of people making reconciliation. And this is nice. This is about blockchain and wallets and digital identity. Another project is about ensuring the full safety, making sure that from the origin, from the farmer to your shop, we are able to track product. And I think many of the speakers before shared a couple of scenarios of that one. So I will through it to another one that I love. Who is a gamer? Man, only few. I didn't ask for who is a Xbox gamer. I said, who is the gamer? So here's the thing. So you know what? Gaming is amazing. And there is a lot of advertisement during the gaming. And there is a lot of things that we win money about the gaming. But the most tough thing, according to the financial people, is about loyalty. So how I can trust that during the game, an ad was shown 100 times. Because by the way, I'm going to take money based on the number of the play, number of minutes, exactly. That discussion takes a lot of time. And by the way, it takes a lot of business people having a conversation about how many things, everybody has different tracking systems to make sure that they are tracking how many ads are showing. And at the end, they need to make sure that they make agreement to pay and to get the loyalty. What we are doing is basically moving to a place where we are using blockchain as a source of truth to make sure that everything related to the loyalty is tracked inside the blockchain, and we can we can pay to our partners based on the data that we all trust. So again, this is about blockchain, but also about integration with the system, but at the same time, both. Because we have financial people, but by the way, they used to work with Excel, that they need to make dumb equations such as how many views we have in the last month. And by the way, they don't want to treat with the API, sorry about that. They just want to talk about with the bot. And the bot also need to understand the blockchain ledger. So make sure that you always bring the beauty of the technology. Another scenario that I love, because I was since the beginning, is Nestlé. They want to optimize the entire chain supply. And you know what? I like somebody said before, they always have the ambition that what if we can track from the beginning, from the coffee and the cacao to the end, everything. And very soon they start the project and they start doing the cost analysis and they say, man, this is really expensive. Imagine in Colombia, a cacao producer, farmer trying to add from every single tree an IoT device. Do you imagine? Electricity, batteries, connectivity, man, that's too difficult. Something that they realize, there are some participants in the journey, they have auditors, that they have certification. So what if the certification, for example, organic, they are the one that they participate in the ledger to provide some kind of guarantees that this farmer is following all the processes. That's the way to trade money. Something that I also like about the Nestlé is that they decide to do something special. Yes, I want to revolutionize, I want to transform my business. However, I will not change my entire business because I want to keep my job. So what they did is, let's pick one existing process. Let's pick one existing product. Let's make sure that with blockchain, we are able to demonstrate more efficiency. And what they did is to make sure that they can track a chocolate from the factory in Italy to their shipment in the United States. So right now what we have is an entire layer from the order, for let's say for Waldemar, it's not the case, Waldemar asking for an order about a container of chocolate. So Nestlé is going to ship the container. We are going to add some sensors in the container to make sure that one, the container is shipped from A to B on time, but also with a term and condition, meaning that we are going to have sensors that they are going to track one, humidity, second, duration, and third, temperature. And if something happened during the entire transportation, what we want to do is one, make sure that we know. Second, if something happened with my chocolate, my quality, I can already ship another container to make sure that I am fulfilling the customer experience and my order on time, and I already Walmart to open the container, and guess what? A lot of chocolate melt. So second thing is about the insurance. The insurance also can win money because right now they don't need to spend a lot of time and cycle as money to make sure that what happened in the process and to accelerate the claim. And by the way, their customers, in this case Nestle, they can accelerate. They can go further with the claim and get paid on time, and the insurance will reduce the cost of all the inventory. But it's not just that. It's about the full traceability. It's a full experience. It's everything about traceability, and having the data that is immutable will also unblock a lot of scenarios. In this particular case, it's blockchain working with IoT and several technologies. So imagine the possibilities. When you design your solution, always try to make sure that the solution, the data, is secure. Only people can see based on this, the smart contract, but also they also can build more solution on top to make sure that the other participants in the network, in the consortium, also get value. So with this, I want to finish with this particular scenario that I love is about making sure that every single refugee have identity. So in this particular case, we are using identity, biometrics as a personal representation, and then we are going to build the story of refugee that basically they are losing their documentation, and we can build their knowledge from over the time. Very nice project. Do it together with Accenture. There are many scenarios, many more, but I would like to share with you in the launch. With this, thank you very much, and hopefully you learn something, and hopefully I really want to have the conversation after the lunch. Thank you.
All right, thank you much, sir. Sorry about butchering your name there. All right, as you can probably hear from behind the curtains, they are, I believe, just finishing setting up lunch. So who's hungry? Yeah? No, I'm sensing you guys want more presentations. You just ready to talk through lunch? Yeah? No, they're all leaving. All right, we'll meet you back here at 1:45. We'll start up the next round of presentations. Enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gents, we're going to be starting up in about 60 seconds. Come on back. All right. Everybody back from lunch? Everybody all sleepy? Yeah? Who's sleepy? Who wants to take a nap? You want to take a nap? You can't. You can't. You're not allowed to take a nap. You know what? We need more energy in the room. Who wants a shirt? Who wants a shirt? Yeah, you guys are much less enthusiastic than you were a little while ago. Wow. I'm a little here. If I give you the shirt, will you go away? Yes. All right, I'm gonna throw it over this way. He wasn't even looking. I get ready to throw a shirt to him. He's not even looking. You want one? All right. See if I can do this left-handed here. Oh, wow. Maybe there is hope for me. In the back? You want one in the back? Yeah, the AV guys are like, I want a shirt. Hey, look at that. All right, I've been ignoring the left-hand side of the stage. Let's see. You just look, you're like, yay, I'm an introvert, but I want a shirt. All right, who else wants one? I got one left. I got one left. Beat up the person next to you if you want this shirt. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Down here in the front. All right, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin to shift once again in terms of some of our discussions. You've heard from the Microsoft folks talking a little bit about some of the big picture discussions of NEO. But I have to tell you, the NEO folks are actually very upset with me at this moment because apparently I am not wearing enough NEO brand logo. So they have kindly given me something to fix this. So I think if you want one of these, you can talk to the folks in the back of the Reg desk. They'll give you one. I have now been officially NEO branded, but I'm not sure how well this is going to stick, which leads into our next discussion because Peter Lin is our Director of Quality Assurance as part of the NGD R&D department. He's going to talk to you about how they do QA on the NEO platform. So Peter, come on up.
Okay.
That's not this. Oh, crap. Wow. I had visions of that not ending well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So are you tired? Are you bored? Maybe some warm up. Some dancing? Maybe some airdrops. Okay, just think about it. I'm kidding. Okay, so let's get this party started. So I'm Peter. You know me, right? No? Okay. So this is me. Today, I want to introduce a little bit about NEO quality assurance. And I will introduce it from 3 aspects. First is about protocol. The second is about network. The third is about community. Okay, so the protocol, wow, is definitely important, right? So how to improve the quality of news protocol? Let's do a brainstorm. What do you have in mind right now about protocol? So what do I have is, I remember a very famous chemist once upon a time, he said, if you want to have a good idea, you need to have a lot of ideas. So it enlightens me a lot. So if you want to have a lot of good ideas, you need to have a lot of smart souls, right? So we released this instruction in GitHub last year. It's how to become a new code developer. And Erik even writes a tool about how to calculate the incentives to developers. Actually, this is the first tool I've ever seen in crypto world that a co-founder writes by himself to think about how to calculate incentives. So it's quite impressive to me. So we have a lot of developers now. What's the next important thing? So I think it's security, right? No matter how many developers you have, security always be the first thing you need to think about to build a software. So last year we released this new this bounty program, and actually we have already got like 10 crypto security reports. And I really need to appreciate these reporters because you are the guardian of NEO ecosystem. Okay, what's the next? We have developers. We have the first important thing. The next thing is, yes, correct, it's about project management. So actually, when we push it forward, we have two things missing. One is version control. The other is about branching strategy. Actually, this is not very hard topic. So for the version control, there is a very good material we can refer to. This is the semantic versioning specification authored by Tom Preston Warner. It's very easy, and we can just refer to this specification and draw our own specification. The second thing is also very simple. It's about branching strategy. So we also have a very good material to refer to. It's a successful Git branching model authored by Vincent Dressen. Actually, I have already used this branching strategy for like 5 years. But actually, for NEO ecosystem, we don't have a very clear branching strategy for now. So I think this will be something important we need to carry on. Okay, so after we have a good way to let developers work together, the next thing is setting our goal. What's our goal? Firstly, we need to define what our product is. Then we need to know how many functions it should have and what makes it qualified product. So NEO.GAME is the most important product I want to discuss today. And it depends on 3 projects. NEO project is the protocol of NEO. The second is NEO plugins. The third is the virtual machine of NEO. So these 3 parts makes NEO.GAME the most important product that guarantee the qualify of the NEO ecosystem and also the NEO protocol. So the main 2 functions, one is wallet and the other is node. So wallet actually is for exchange. So wallet function make the NEO.GAME a sharp tool for exchanges to deal with deposits and withdrawals every day. And the node makes it a basic infrastructure that builds this smart economy. So how to find out the performance of nuclei, if it's good enough to qualify to fulfill its goals? We need testings. So in general, we have 3 kinds of testings we need to do. The first is system tests. The second is integration tests. The third is unit tests. In general, this is enough for a project. Then how to implement this test systematically? Let me introduce the standard 29119. Actually, this software testing standard is an internationally agreed set of standards for software testing that can be used within any software development lifecycle and by any organizations. So let's see the basic structure. The first is organizational test process. The second is test management process. The third is dynamic test process. I think not too many people are familiar with this standard. So let's see a little detailed information about this standard. I will give you 2 very simple examples to show how it works. So the first is test management process. So actually, it's not that complicated, right? So first, we need to have a test planning. Then we need like test monitoring and control. The third, we need to have a test completion. And after this test, what we have, blah, 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 okay? So another thing is dynamic test process. So the first example is about a test management process. As you can see, it's a sequential process for testing. So as you have already know about the new improved algorithm, consensus algorithm for NEO. Actually, Erik mentioned it this morning, right? So for example, we know that the pull request of that consensus algorithm is 547. So for example, yesterday, Erik told me that he completed this pull request. So the most urgent thing for us is to test this pull request immediately, right? So we need to draw up a test plan. So first, it's very easy. We need to know what we are testing about. So it's the context of testing of this test. The second is we need to organize test plan development, right? So for example, if this pull request fails, we need to know the risks, right? So this is the third part, and blah, blah, blah. You can check this later by yourself in internet. So this is basically how we are doing our tests. So I know there are a lot of community developers here. So when you work with NGD, this is what we are trying to test things. So you will know how this process goes, okay? The second example is about, for example, Jeff Solinsky. Are you there? Are you here? Yeah, I see you. So one of our core developers, he proposed a new pull request. It's called 579. So it's a new pull request. It's helpful, but different. So we need to add this test into our test plannings, right? So this is how dynamic test process goes. Okay. These are 2 examples that I mentioned, actually little examples. This is something bigger. Actually, last year, we are trying to join up our system testing for nuclei. Actually, it's not open source yet because some security issues. We can just open source if we can't guarantee that no security issues for NEO. So, but you can check the structure of this system testing framework. Okay. So this standard is more from theory level. We also need to think from the perspective of engineering practice. As you all know about this CI/CD things, actually this is a little complicated for now. But we will do something later. For now, what we need to do is to make things simple and effective. You all know about how this new project to do tests. We are using Travis CI, as you can see in GitHub. And actually, this combination is kind of effective and simple for us now. So I think the integration will improve the quality of NeoCli a lot. And actually, for these days, we are trying to integrate our system testing framework with this system, so we can make everything automatic. Okay, so the second part is about network. People sometimes are confused about news decentralization. So we released this instruction last year. It's called How to Become New Consensus Node. Actually, everything about decentralization, you can find answers in this instruction. So the latest version of this is 1.5. We just added some network upgrading content into this instruction. Okay, so news consensus algorithm is DBFT. And it gives us, you can see this equation. When n equals 7, we got fault tolerance equals 2. And you know that we have two consensus node maintainer, City of Zion and KPN. They are non-Neo Foundation organizations. So if these two consensus nodes break down, the new network will still works because a new foundation still have like 5 consensus nodes. However, something new happens. New foundation voted for Swisscom in the end of August in testnet last year. So according to the instruction, after 6 months assessment, we will vote for Swisscom in March. So if we vote for Swisscom in March, the earliest time is like March 4th, then we have like 3 consensus nodes run by non-Neo Foundation organization, which means if all these 3 nodes breaks down, the Neo Foundations has nothing to do to recover the Neo network. So this is really big for Neo ecosystem, and we call it true era of decentralization. So we made some preparations for this. Let me introduce this monitoring tool. We developed this to see all the process of consensus process of all these 7 nodes. So if something goes wrong, we know which node is broken down. So it makes it helps us to find the problem quicker and easier. So the system architecture is very easy. You can just install the log plugin into the NeoCli and run this log server in your server. So this log server will monitor all this consensus process and tells you if it works well. Okay, so we have a monitor system for consensus node. We also need a monitor system for our whole network. So we released this new monitor reference in NGD's GitHub, and there are two development teams refer to this reference to develop a monitoring tool. They are State of Neo and Happy Nodes. So this is basically about network. So the third thing is community. So as you all know about our community, they have
developed a lot of basic tools for a new ecosystem. They are very fantastic. So NGD will use this feedback loop to guarantee and improve the quality of all basic infrastructure of NGD ecosystem. As you have already know that we held some hackathons last year, right? So for example, some tool developed by our community, they will test it by NGD first, and we will put these tools on our website. And when we hold hackathons, we will recommend people to use these tools. If this tool is qualified to work or is fantastic, we will try to make a second round testing and guarantee that it's in our website. If this basic tool is not working well, we will just delete it. So this feedback loop guarantees all the basic infrastructure of NEO. So what we have now for the feedback, actually we have a lot of feedbacks from our community, from all these hackathons. One of them is documentation is not enough. News documentation is not enough for now. So we gave a solution to this. It's NEO tutorial. So we are recruiting tutors for this project. So if you're a tutor of this project, you will join up smart contract examples and tutorials with NGD. And maybe you can go to some college and teaching some classes or holding some workshops in community. So please find Longfei. He will come up to the stage next and register your information if you are interested into this project, and we will make contact with you later, okay? So after seeing all these three parts, let's go back to where we started. So what's new? From my perspective, NEO is the distributed Turing-complete network for the smart economy. So all this protocol, network, and the community things are quite complicated, right? A lot of stuff you need to remember and need to deal with. But I need to ask, what's the ultimate goal of this, all of this? Actually, I know your answer. It's like get to the moon, right? Okay, so something interesting about Turing is he proposed a Turing test. It's a very simple test. So for the human questioner, he will send a series of questions to both computer respondents and human respondents. If he can't decide or tell which one is computer or which one is human, then this computer pass the Turing test, right? So I propose this one, continual test. After seeing all these complicated things, what we need to do, what we want, actually is this. You can see, for example, there is a normal Twitter and there is another Twitter. It's a decentralized version of Twitter. So if this user sends a series of messages to both Twitters, and after the specific time, if the user cannot tell the difference, then the public chain that this decentralized version of Twitter is built on pass the test. So I think our ultimate goal is this. Can you pass the continual test? I think this is the problem we need to think about. So let's work together and make this dream come true. Okay, This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, personally, I don't know about you guys. My goal is to buy a small island in the South Pacific. That's kind of my long-term goal. And when I was a kid, they made it very clear. You know, you go to school, you take some tests. They'll give you a little scholastic aptitude test, sort of figure out what careers that you are geared for. And when I took it, they actually said, yes, the career you're best suited for is to become a priest. And I've realized that I'm actually an ordained minister of the Church of the Latter-day Dude, Dudism.com, based on the Big Lebowski. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. But I realized very shortly, thank you, if anybody wants to get married, let me know. I've already done one wedding in Washington State. Happy to do another. But one of the things that I realized very quickly is that I'm not going to be able to buy an island in the South Pacific if I'm a priest. And fortunately, that was right about the time that software and computers and so forth were getting started. So I became a developer. Initially started writing AppleSoft Basic. Anybody here ever touched an Apple II? Yeah, a couple of gray beards out there. Yeah, just like me. And then later got into Java and C# and C++ and so forth, which leads us into our next presentation. Longfei is going to talk a little bit about NEO, developing and getting started with that. So, Longfei.
Hey. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Longfei, and I work as a blockchain developer with NGD team in Shanghai. Let me first ask a few questions. How many guys here are actually developers? Well, it's a lot of them. And how many of you guys have actually learned NEO source code? I see NEO research. You guys are good at it. So, well, I think there's a lot of people here that are developers, but not a lot actually looking into NEO code. So that's one of the reasons I'm here to talk about this NEO developer guide. First, a little bit about myself, that after I joined NGD team, that as a developer, I need to learn source code as well. And then I find it's quite complicated. So at that time, I thought like maybe a specification or some developer guide will be very helpful. So this is something that we wrote recently. First, let's do a quick review about my presentation today. So first, we're going to talk about what's the purpose and intention we wrote this paper, and then what's actually in there. Eventually, we can talk about what comes next for the R&D team. Then let's talk about what's the reason we wrote this technical paper. So first, obviously, to assist the NEO's vision and strategy, so which is the smart economy, as some of you here already know. And then in this path, we are making great progress. Currently, we have our AMP5 standard, our non-fungible token standard, and then we're still working aggressively on the digital identity, like security token standard. So, but we think that in order to fulfill this vision, the contributions from more developers are very important and necessary. So then we think probably a very comprehensive and in-depth developer guide is going to play a very important role to help developers to actually learn and then eventually getting involved with the NEO development, which is the second reason that I'm going to talk is we hope it could help us to expand our global developer community. So as we all here know that blockchain is the technology to achieve decentralization, but I think it's not just a technology, it's also like a concept of decentralization and an ecosystem of decentralization. So then, of course, for that, we would like to see the more of the developer communities are developing, like developer communities like NEO Research, City of Zhang, NEO, and etc. So, but like, how can we actually attract more developers, and then how can we help them? So that's one of the reasons we provide this document. We hope it will help the new developers to learn the NEO source code easier and then faster. And then we also want to provide some documents for the existing community to actually deeper on something they are more passionate about. Something like recently we improved the performance of the mempool, and then we did optimization on the consensus algorithm. So And that's the reason, or one of the reasons we thought we should provide this as well. And now let's talk about what's actually in there and what's the content and the structure of this developer guide. So currently on our website, we already have like white paper for non-technical person. We have the instruction guide on how to set up the network and how to use a node and how to send RPC requests. But this developer guide is going to serve as a purpose for developers who want to learn the source code. And then it consists of two parts. One is this developer guide. So in this developer guide, it describes what makes of a NEO node. And then also including the details like the explanation of some configurations, some parameters, and also some step-by-step explanation of some important processes. So first, let's talk about this developer guide. If we look at this screenshot, the navigation bar on the left side basically covers the whole structure of this document. First, we should learn, starting from the conventions and cryptographies. Those two sections, they cover the basic conventions and then cryptographies are used in NEO blockchain. Something like hash algorithm, so ECC algorithm, and also like encoding, decoding algorithm. And then we can look at the blockchain model. The blockchain model, this section, the developers can learn the basic blockchain model, like what is a block and what's included in a transaction. And then something special like what's the NEO 2 token model, how does it work? So after learning the basic, we can start looking into actually a node and what makes of a node. So in this picture, you can see like on the APIs, wallet, and also NEO VM, or the most important part is the consensus algorithm. And then also there are like following sections explaining each part in detail. And we also have explanation on some of the most important processes, the process like DBFT consensus, and then a process of a transaction execution. So if you're interested, you can just go and then look it up. Because of the time limitation, I can only give you a brief introduction, but it's actually covered a lot more. So, and then now I think it's already published on our website, and then you can go and check it out. So, and then also we have a second part, which is the API documents. Because originally I started as a Java developer, so I obviously want this could be serve the same purpose as a Java API. And then you can go look into the structure, the namebase, and then navigate through the code and find the functions that you're interested in. So that could help a lot, because when I learn it, I have to go to the source code and then navigate through the code line by line to understand the logic and then the relationship between the functions, which is quite time consuming. And that's one of the reasons that here is the decoding functions. It's one of the functions of the base 58 check. So it explains the process and then some of the functions and parameters. It's basically very similar to the Java API and then some of the API for the languages. And now let's actually talk about what comes next for R&D team. So this morning, Erik gave us a speech about what we're going to do for NEO 3.0. So obviously, we are going to put our effort to achieving those goals, like improving the stability or TPS, and then implementing the new FS. And also, because we are a research and development team, we are going to keep the creativities, like when we created DBFT consensus, and now we're optimizing it. About the development, let me give you one of the examples that we have achieved last year. So when we upgrade NEO to 0.7.6 to 2.9, we started using this ARCA model, which is the actor-based messenger-driven libraries that we can use to build the distribution system, which is high concurrent and high performance. So after using that, the test data shows us that with the same amount of concurrent transaction or requests, we can process approximately 20 to 30 times faster than before. So I think that was a great improvement. So, and also, we are still researching. We're researching for the potential ways that we can use to improve NEO. And while we're writing this paper, we're actually looking into our code and then understand it's a potential issue. And then eventually, we hope we can come up with solutions to actually fixing it. For instance, one of the areas that we think may have room for the improvement could be how we process messages. So now, we process message with the old-fashioned way, which is like the first come and first serve. But if we look or think about like a real-life scenario, just imagine that like this is a highway, and then cars are running on it. So if the ambulance shows up, what do? We just need to let it pass first because it's more important. So if we can use this concept into blockchain, into new blockchain, and if we can prioritize our messages, and then the messages with higher priority should be processed first and then early. And then maybe something like the channels, the message channels, we can separate them. So we think this proposal, this potential proposal could help us to improve the TPS better. And so the reason that I'm going to give you guys these examples is to let you know that the NGD team is working, and we're going to keep working to find the solutions to achieve our vision, NEO's vision. And then while at the same time, we're still researching. We're still trying to find the ways to provide a more centralized, a more reliable, and then for a blockchain for the large-scale commercial applications. And basically, that's my presentation today. And we already published these documents on our website. Here's the link. And I also have a link on the main website. You can go and then check it out if you're interested. And also, tomorrow, we're going to have all-day workshops about what is NEO, how does it work, how do you set up the local environment for your development. And then if you guys are interested, you can come to the check-in table and then sign up for tomorrow's workshop. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Longfei.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so one of the obvious issues that you run into whenever you start talking about centralization versus decentralization is that of identity. How do we prove that you are who you claim to be? If I stand up here and say, I'm Bill Gates, how do you say, no, you're not? And it's, what's that? Yeah, that's possible. But this is a problem that has certainly been something that people have been wrestling with for a while, and our next speaker, Waldemar Scherer, is going to talk about Seraph ID and how you do this in a decentralized model. So please, round of applause for Waldemar.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, do you hear me? Okay, perfect. Did you actually know that there's a new victim of identity theft every 2 seconds? Isn't that shocking? Me, myself, I got a victim of a credit card fraud a couple of years back, even though I didn't actually lost my credit card. So after a couple of weeks, I checked my online banking, and I was realizing that the money was away, gone. So the happy ending of the story is that actually after going through a cumbersome process with my bank explaining that I didn't make any failures in my processing and handling of my credit card, I got the money back, so I got reimbursed. Okay, so why do you think this has to do with my presentation today about the Seraph ID, a self-sovereign identity on NEO? So I'm telling that story because that story is illustrating that actually the modern identity solutions that we're using in our daily lives have a lot of weaknesses, And we think that soft-sovereign identity could solve a lot of problems that we are currently facing with centralized identity solutions. And we can get back the control of our private data and make authentication processes more secure. So saying that, I was used to be a developer in my early days. And I was actually falling up the stairs and become finally a manager, whatever that means, right? Now I'm the co-founder of the Swisscom Blockchain AG, and I'm heading the enterprise blockchain division within Swisscom Blockchain AG. And I want to actually present to you today that there is a need for soft-sovereign identity in the world today, and how this could work on the NEO platform. So before I'm actually getting started with the more interesting part, I would like to quickly introduce our company and a little bit elaborate on the background and the reasons why Swisscom Blockchain is working together with NEO. So Swisscom Blockchain is a Swiss-based company, half state-owned, and a subsidiary of the telco giant Swisscom. Actually, we're in the blockchain space since almost 1.5 years now with our company. And our services are ranging from blockchain consulting, doing implementation projects, to code audits, to products in the blockchain space that we see, but also providing banking-grade, high-secure infrastructure that is used by the biggest banks in Switzerland as well. And so we gained a lot of experience in the last 2 years in that area, not only in the crypto space that most of the people in the community are interested in actually, how are the prices of the crypto coins, but also tackling the enterprise side, working together with big banks, with big players in the logistic industries and the pharma industries to implement solutions that are blockchain-based. So, of course, NEO had also some intentions to start an office in Switzerland, what they finally achieved as well. So they are now located in the Trust Square in Zurich, not far away from our offices as well. And during our work, we got very quick into the collaboration with NEO. So currently, we're running a consensus node in the testnet, hopefully soon also in the mainnet. We organized last year a hackathon together with NEO. The topic was also around identity. And yeah, we are now involved into the development of the Seraph ID, self-sovereign identity on the NEO blockchain. So coming now to the more interesting part. So actually, every individual has multiple identities. That sounds actually strange because every person has only one identity, right? If you think about your daily life, you're using many types of identities. Physical identity products or cards, like your company ID, like your university ID, like your national ID, your passport, your credit cards, for example, or loyalty point cards that you're using in your daily life in the supermarket next door. Nowadays, it's getting more and more popular to also create digital identities online, so to access digital services. For example, in the entertainment services like Netflix, Amazon, or email services, but also social media like Twitter, like LinkedIn, like Facebook, right? Or if you want to shop online, you're registering with the next shop. So you're creating a digital identity and a footprint in the web. Saying that, I believe that every person here in the room has around 10 to 20 different identities, right? So every time you're signing up for a new service, you have to actually enter more or less redundant data again and again and again. And this contains personal information, but also sensitive payment details, your credit card, your bank account number. And the problem is that every service provider that you're assigning to is actually tracking your data, collecting your data, maybe also sharing or selling your data to third parties without having your consent, right? And this is becoming a problem, actually, because this leads to service provider becoming kind of a honeypot for hackers and other groups that are interested to get the data and sell the data in the darknet for a lot of money. So what is actually happening with our identities? Only in 2018, nearly 3 billion records have been stolen and used for fraudulent activities. So if you consider that actually we have a population of 7.7 billion people in the world, right? Every second almost could be affected by a data breach, by a data leak, by a hack, or something different where data gets lost or stolen. The most prominent example here in 2018 is actually Aadhaar. Aadhaar is an identity database that is managed by the Indian government. And Aadhaar was leaked due to an insecure API endpoint. So that actually led to the data that was leaked affected almost every Indian citizen. If you look at the other examples, we have also prominent players on the list, like Marriott, Twitter, Facebook, Google+, and TimeHop, for example. So it's not only about data like your name or your address. It's also about very sensitive data that can get stolen and used for different criminal purposes. So like your very sensitive payment details or your security number. So how can we actually prevent that happening? If you look at the digital identity evolution, then this started with a siloed model. Means that independent, centralized parties, service provider, are exchanging credentials to allow you to access their services. Means you're signing up in an online shop, you're providing your data that is requested and necessary for the service provider, and you get the credentials to access those services. Now, one evolution step further, we got into a federated model. Means that we got a new middleman in between that was actually handling all the authentication stuff. What is actually the advantage of that? Okay, well, you can get an easier access to services via single sign-on. Means that you can use now, for example, your Facebook account to access third-party services. Now, the real revolution is sovereign identity. That completely changes how identities are handled. Right? It's the first time that individuals are now in control and in the power of their own data, in the ownership of their data. So this is due to a decentralized data collection and data processing, and also due to an encrypted pseudonymity communication. This also allows selective disclosure of your data. Means that if you're signing up with your ID and you have around 100 attributes, let's say, defining your identity, you're able to just share 2 or 3 that are necessary for the service provider. How does that look like? In the silo model, the service provider is equal to the identity provider. And we have standards like HTTPS and SSL to secure the communication between the endpoints. In a federated model, you have now an intermediary. The service provider is not anymore the identity provider. The identity provider is now ensuring the authentication and is transferring the successful information to the service provider. Here we have also standards like OAuth as a protocol or OpenID Connect as an identity layer on top of that. How does it look like with sovereign identity, actually? Do we have any standards here? And you are the identity provider here. You are in the possession of your own data and in the control of your own data. And yes, we have standards. W3C and DIF are working on standards for decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials and the authentication of decentralized identifiers. So a good message. There are already parties working on standards for the communication. How does it look like in a very simple claims process in theory? We have now a job applicant. Let's call him Bob. Bob wants to apply for a job. And the company that he's applying to is actually requesting a diploma certificate and some detailed information like the address or the name. Now, Bob is requesting a claim from the university that is proving that Bob was visiting the university and completed all the courses successfully. Means the university is issuing now the diploma certificate, and Bob can use that diploma certificate to now apply to the company and fulfill the whole application process. The address is shared via selective disclosed functionalities. And there is a trust relationship between the university and the company. There's no middleman more in between. Now I'm very excited to present you the Seraph ID. No, I'm not showing now a video of metrics, and I hope Agent Smith are not invited to the party here. But the reason why we named that solution Seraph ID is actually in an analogy to the character Seraph from Matrix that is actually describing a personification of a sophisticated challenge handshake authentication protocol which guards the oracle. How does that work now with Seraph ID and verifiable claims on the NEO blockchain? So if you remember the very simplified example beforehand, we have still all the 3 parties, the university, Bob, and the company. The university is in that case the issuer, Bob is the owner of the data, and the company is the verifier. So the university signs the claim and transfers the claim to the identity owner, to Bob. So Bob countersigns the claim and presents the claim to the company, the verifier. The company is now able to verify the claim, verify the holder, the issuer of the identities, verify if the claim is valid, and also if the claim hasn't been revoked. Means that the university has also the ability to revoke a claim that the university issued beforehand. It's very important that the university, for example, in that example, is a trusted party in the network that is able to issue those claims. Bob needs to have a wallet where his data is stored and also the claims that are assigned to Bob. It could be not only the university, but also another party that has issued a claim to Bob. And of course, the company needs a smart contract to verify if the claim is valid or not. So what are actually the goals that we are pursuing with Seraph ID? The first one is we want to give each user the possibility to access and manage its own identity on the NEO blockchain. The second one is to enable any dApps, smart contracts, or third parties to verify the identities and the users and the validity of his claims. So soft sovereign identity is actually supporting privacy by design, decentralized identifiers, verifiable claims, and interoperability between different platforms. How does the roadmap for Seraph ID look like? So in March, we want to actually finish the definition of the released NAP and also the NEO.GAME definition. Those are currently under review. In May, we want to come up with a build reference, smart contracts, and libraries to define interfaces and also the ID generation. In June, we want to present the first live demo that is using SSI or NEO, the Seraph ID, in a dApp. And in Q3, we want to come up with some agents, means, for example, offline or cloud wallets that are enabling the users to hold the data. Last but not least, we will come up with accessories that are necessary to ensure the interoperability between platforms. Those are the NEO.DID universal resolvers. So I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I'm really looking forward to the community's contribution to the Seraph ID once that gets published. And thank you very much. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Waldemar.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me grab that from you. All right, so next we're going to actually have a panel. So we're going to ask our panelists to come up on stage and demonstrate their physical strength by bringing their stools with them. It's a very decentralized model. See, we could have kept them all up here on stage already, but then it would have cluttered and everything. So by this way, you know, each one brings their own. They can prove it's their stool because they owned it from the moment they picked it up. Wow, these guys are all pretty strong. I'm actually a little intimidated here. Moderator of our panel will be Nolan Bowerly. And so, Nolan, I'll turn it completely over to you.
Great. Wait for this thing to queue up here. Thanks, everyone. My name is Nolan Bowerly. I'm with CoinDesk. I run research there, and have been following NEO very closely since its inception. We have a lot of enthusiasm about this project and think it's a really interesting development. And we're glad that we've got a panel that's combining people from all over the world here. That's really something that we thought was interesting about NEO from the very start, that it emanated from China and happened to touch all parts of the world. There were a lot of people in my office very enthusiastic, and I believe I even lost a few researchers who told me to buy ant shares really, really early in this, and they did very, very well. So their life is great. But my life is great because I'm with these fine folks here. So I want to kick it off really by talking about. So Peter, I really liked the way you had structured that around your talk that just happened around network, protocol, and community. And those are really the foundational pillars of decentralization. Yes. Decentralization isn't really just a function of how many nodes do you have and is it a proof of work and does everyone have the same capacity to contribute. It's not exactly that. We're starting to see that there's alternative ways to interpret and understand how these decentralized networks grow and how they form and how they incentivize people to contribute. So it's much more complicated than, you know, a collection of nodes. But the most interesting thing came from the document you released recently, which Swisscom was involved in, which was the onboarding of new consensus nodes. So let's just paint a baseline for what's going on here. how much validating influence are you about to cede to other partners? So, yeah, that's for you, Peter.
Okay, for now, it's 7. But the community can decide if we can add more consensus node in this network together, yes. So the most important thing we think is to, firstly, we need to make this network stable enough because a lot of the apps running on NEO. So we need to make this network stable, and then we can think about how to decentralize this network. Yeah.
And from Swisscom's point of view, so you've gone through or beginning the process, coming to the end. What's it been like, and what were your motivations to try to gain this validating influence that's being seeded by the NEO Foundation?
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's working now. Sorry. Well, in general, it's very important, I think, that NEO gets the right distribution amongst trustful partners around the globe, right? And that's actually something that I think NEO is also striving for. For us, it's very important, just from a technology point of view, to support those platforms, to foster the adoption of the blockchain technology, because we are actually totally into blockchain and DLT, right? That's our core business. And that's why it is very important for us to participate also and yeah, foster and support our partners like NEO as well.
And from that point of view of enterprise, right? So you were mentioning a little earlier about the branching strategy. Is this the beginning of the branching strategy, and would you see that as part of your role to think of the branching strategy and help inform the branching strategy for NEO by allowing enterprises to involve themselves in that consensus node layer?
I mean, yes, definitely. We can support NEO on that because we have a big network in the enterprise area, right? We're actually every day in touch with the biggest companies in different industries. And that is definitely something we can support NEO if there's a need for. But at the end of the day, it should also, let's say, support, the support from the community should be there, and that's very important. It's not only about us, what we think is important for the NEO platform and the consensus, but also fulfill the needs from the community, right?
And so, Fabio, what would your interest in contributing to the decentralized nature of the platform, where would that baseline, where would that motivation come from?
We believe on the platform. So we believe on this smart economy, this vision where the digital economy evolves in the point where you have more sovereignty of your identity, of your money, of your assets in general. So as funding COZ and NASH, our belief is in an open financial vision, not only alternative for the current system, but as an evolution of the systems. And I think this is very in line with the belief of NEOs. So if you watch the presentations during the day, had a lot of people talking about how we are moving towards different IT systems to this new version where we have decentralization happen and have much more ownership from the user. So with that vision is how we started COZ, and I'm kind of representing the community here. And we run a node, and it's quite amazing because as this informal body that has a very little formalization, we are running a node in one of the main blockchains. So the community itself organized it naturally behind this ideal, and to the point that it can coordinate and maintain a core piece of the network. And I think that's what we say by community support. So the community itself organizes and believes on the vision of the platform so that we can push it forward. And just to bring a little back on your first question, because of the consensus model of NEO, everyone that holds a node has equal power in the network. So it's a sign-based consensus algorithm. So it means that a corporation like Swisscom or KPN has exactly the same power as a node held by an open source community. And that's very different from the current system. And we believe that very powerful in the message that it transmits.
And Peter, along those lines, you know, we're seeing more and more that enterprises sort of reached a dead end in trying to internalize a lot of their own blockchains. It was good experimentation, but it's looking more and more like the appropriate role for the enterprise is exactly what Swisscom is doing. It's to run nodes in the public chains. Do you foresee any, right now you're changing, you're ceding some of this validating authority to other parties. Would that same motivation continue if other large enterprises wanted to involve themselves because they had a real stake, a real skin in the game, in the chain? Would that motivate you to go larger than 7 consensus nodes? Is that something that's ever on the roadmap? I know it wasn't in the roadmap that you recently published, but is that something you think about?
Yeah, exactly. So actually, NEO is a little different from US. So as you may know, US consensus algorithm is there have like 21 consensus nodes, and actually, if you have more US tokens, you can run a consensus node, but it's not healthy for the ecosystem because. For example, when we choose partners like Swisscom, KPN, we think about how they can help NEO to develop, you know. So actually, from our perspective, we are seeking some corporations with different organizations like telecom, like wallets, like exchanges, and all basic infrastructures of crypto world. So we think this is better for the development of NEO ecosystem. Yeah.
So for you, it's more token distribution to people that can contribute and use the network and be able to participate, let's say, in governance. That's another way to distribute that sort of authority and involvement in the chain, make sure these other people can have that sort of skin in the game to be interested in security of the network.
Yeah. So the true decentralization of NEO ecosystem is the token decentralized, right? So actually, NEO Foundation has a lot of tokens. If they have a lot of tokens, no matter how many consensus nodes we have, actually this is not decentralization. So, but they cannot just ban all the tokens, right? They need to spend it in a right way. So it's a little slow, you know. So we need to make this faster. So if you check the instruction of this, how to become consensus node of NEO, you will find 2 kind of governance, online governance and offline governance. For online governance, everybody can join this decentralization process. You can tell people, hey, please vote for me. Yeah, I'm Peter, and I can make contributions to NEO and blah, 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 right? So people, if you convince people, they will vote for you. Another governance paradigm is like offline governance. It makes decentralization faster. You can just send emails to NEO Foundation in the email consensus@neo.org. So NEO Foundation and NGD will make an assessment about how you can help NEO ecosystem, and they will decide if they will vote for you. And after all this, we still have something like for offline governance, we will vote for this organization in testnet first, then mainnet, because we need to keep this network stable.
And Fabio, you know, being so close to that open source community and so close to the wide birth of people that support the network, do you feel a role in spreading that kind of information, spreading those incentives, spreading those motivations to help the network grow in that way and to remain robust from the bottom up?
Yeah, sure. So the hardest thing is incentive design. And what we have seen in many other chains is a way to try to put in a protocol in a mathematical form, the incentive designs of running nodes and putting effort on this chain. But the thing is, the personal incentive for organizations or individuals that drives them to do this action is very complex. So it has economics behind, it has sociology behind, it has many things behind. So the belief we had on the community is that right now we need no incentive for running a node besides the health of the network, because people is running their companies, is doing their startups, so they have a vested interest in the well-being of the network. And that's how we organize ourselves to run a consensus node and to push the ecosystem forward. It's not because we are being paid by running a node. We actually pay to pay a node because it costs network and energy, right? So what we believe is we need to be in this state where we have some level of political decentralization and architecture decentralization, like Peter was trying to describe, that the network is stable, is solid, and we have different parties which have a state on the network that are running it. At that point, we have already in the protocol, it's already inside NEO, anyone can vote for electing a consensus node, but as Peter said, NEO Foundation has a big chunk of NEO, so they control the political of the voting process. So when we are at that stage, we have 5 or 4 big organizations besides NGD running nodes, we can start thinking about how this voting process is going to be like. We can run many drafts, we can do research, and we can find a better solution that does not involve making assumptions on incentives that may be proven to be wrong in 5 or 6 years, others try to do. And that actually made them not so decentralized because externalities of the chain, so things you cannot compute at the chain, for example, your access to hardware or the cost of the energy where you are running, that made centralization happen. And that could never be computed inside the network because the network has no notions of these entities. So with off-chain rules of engagement, we can actually bring a little bit of this knowledge and make these in actions through the voting of NGD and through the voting of these other partners. So the open source community is 100% there. We understand that the consensus protocol works, it's performant, so it's going to allow our companies and our individuals to exert the freedom that they want. But it will also allow us to be slow on the decentralization process in such a way that we can account for these mistakes that others do.
Would you say that that's a similar role that you would play from the enterprise level? So the same sort of stewardship that he's demonstrating with this open source community, would you say that there's a similar role to fulfill to sort of help bring these enterprises along to understand the role they could play in governance, to understand the role they could play in shaping the future of the network?
Exactly, that's correct. So, and I really like the unique approach that NEO has to, on the one side, have the community behind, and NEO has a great community, right? But on the other side, also take the enterprises on board, right? And that's an approach that is actually unique. If you look at the other projects like Hyperledger that are mainly or Coda that are mainly driven by the big enterprises, or Ethereum that is mainly driven by the community, right? This is a very unique approach, and I think also the correct one, because at the end of the day, you want to have the community standing behind the project, but also having later on the enterprises that are able to build the smart economy on top of the platform.
And in admitting the reality, this is not video games, and this is not what Silicon Valley knew 20 years ago. It's not fail fast and break things and run as fast as you can and ship fast all the time. This really is about bringing the power of cryptography to enterprises who can then share it with their individual customers. And that's a slower process. Do you have to do any of that sort of evangelism on the enterprise side if you are helping them understand these governance issues and how to contribute to these networks? Do you ever have to hold their hand and tell them, look,
you know, you're contributing to an open source project that has a timeline that has to put security first. Is that something that comes up?
Yeah, definitely, especially because most of the bigger enterprises don't, in that completeness, don't deal with that much with blockchain technology now, right? So we're still in an early stage in the enterprise business towards adopting blockchain technology in various areas. So definitely that's a challenge that we are facing actually every day, and where we are also, let's say, trying to increase the knowledge of our customers.
And letting everyone know that there is a give and take. There's security, which is a priority now, and that eventually decentralization, once security is got the length of time that it's been running, the length of time that we've understood that you know, other actors who are trying to break the system will fail, that now decentralization can eclipse the priority of security because it's been established.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the cycles and the pace that the big enterprises are actually running into new technologies, that's not a problem, right? They're like tankers. Once they figure it out in which direction to go, it takes some time to do that, right? So they're not flexible enough to immediately jump on the next platform and build up solutions on top of it.
Yeah.
So.
And one last question, and then we have a video, because the fellow who's operating the KPN node, which will maybe, if it passes the vote, become a consensus node, has also recorded a video. So we're going to get to that in 1 second. But final question, and I was very intrigued by the tutor program. Is that also targeted towards making sure you have this robust, as well as the bounties, the security bounties? Is that another action pushed to help decentralize and make sure this is a bottom-up creation network?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, our tutor program is for people to learn about NEO from a very bottom level. You know, so why the documentation is not enough? Because usually people see the documentation, they say some like SHA 256 and other technical stuff. You know, people can understand. But you know, building DApps on NEO is kind of fun. So we need to give them the bright side of this, right? So
the language they know already.
Yeah. So technical details, like dark side. Some people are interested in, like Erik, right? But not too many people are interested in what's down there, right? They are only trying to use build some apps on NEO to solve some problems. So tutor program is trying to help this kind of these guys to, you know, build something, and yeah.
Well, I think it's the right direction. Now I'd like to play the video from KPN, and that's the end of our panel. So give these guys a nice round of applause. And we'll check out the video very quickly before we leave the stage, because I want to see it too.
Hi. Hey, Douwe. KPN has been NEO's official consensus node since October 2018. Can you please share the current status and some stories of the operating of the node?
Yeah, sure. So current status is that we operate the node very steady. We had some challenges with keeping the node actively taking part of the consensus process. However, that was fixed in a newer CLI. Additionally, we have been working on the monitoring plugin together with the others to have an aggregated view on the status of the consensus process. I think we made a very important step by doing that.
As the first enterprise to become NEO's consensus node, why does KPN anyway want to participate, and what motivates your team to do so?
KPN invests in blockchain technology because we believe it will bring us the internet revolution that society is needing. We call it the internet of value and trust. We think that blockchain is the most important innovation that will enable this revolution with decentralization. Therefore, we work closely together with NEO because they, alongside with other projects, know what needs to be done to achieve that. Besides the consensus node, KPN is also working on a project that involves decentralized storage. which is one of the most important components of a decentralized internet.
Interesting. How do you see the future development of distribution systems from the perspective of a telecom company?
Good question. So for telecom companies, KPN, my colleague Peter van Leeuwen, did a very broad investigation on opportunities. For that we are working closely together with the GSMA, which represents the interests of mobile operators worldwide. You can actually download the white paper, which is available on gsma.com. Search for blockchain opportunities. We believe blockchain is here to stay. However, in what form or shape is up to the projects such as NEO. Thank you.
One more round of applause for these great guys. Thanks a lot.
All right. So next up, we actually have a presentation that has interesting phrase in it, how to double spend your cryptocurrency. That sounds a lot like I can double my money, and in some sort of legal fashion, I hope, maybe. Anyway, Dr. Peng's going to come up here and talk to us about what that means. Dr. Peng, take it away.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the introduction. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here to give this talk. Last year, UK Chen and I conduct some security research focused on blockchain security. In a few months, we found many critical vulnerabilities, and some of them can double spend the cryptocurrency. More than 300,000 of US dollars was rewarded for reporting those vulnerabilities. In this talk, I will talk about some of the most dangerous vulnerabilities which lead to double spend attack. And I will also summarize the reason for double spend attack. Okay, first, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhiniang Peng. I got my PhD degree in post-quantum cryptography from South China University of Technology. Now I'm a security researcher at Qihoo 316, core security. And my Twitter account is @Peng. You can reach me on Twitter. For now, my research area includes software security, applied cryptography, and threat hunting. Okay, let's go to double spend attack. In 2008, Bitcoin was proposed by Satoshi Nakamoto. The core value of Bitcoin is that it proposed a solution based on proof-of-work consensus mechanism. So it is able to prevent double spend without a trusted authority. Bitcoin has been developed for 10 years, and since then, there are countless cryptocurrency has been created. But the discussion of double spend attack seems to concentrate on 51% attack. In fact, our research has found out that there are many other ways to double spend your cryptocurrency. In this talk, I will introduce to it. We can divide double spend attack into 4 layers. Here, we first talk about the component of a blockchain system. There are 4 layers in a typical blockchain system. In this picture, you can see from bottom to up, it's P2P network layer, and then the consensus layer, then the block processing layer, and then transaction processing layer. To build a blockchain system, you are actually dealing with these 4 layers, sorry. Bugs in those 4 layers may result in double spend attack. So we can divide double spend attack into 4 layers. In the transaction layers, inconsistent execution of smart contract of a virtual machine are the most dangerous vulnerability which can lead to double spend attack. In the block layers, double spend attack is always caused by logical bug. In the consensus layer, attacks on consensus mechanism is more popular. The 51% attack on Bitcoin is a famous example in these layers. And in the P2P layer, the network layer, double spend attack is always caused by network splitting. The Eclipse attack on Ethereum is a famous example in these layers. Because time is limited, so in this short talk, I will only focus on the first layer, the transaction layer. Before talk about double spend attack in transaction layer, we first talk about the overview of blockchain system. Here is the picture show what blockchain looks like. I think everyone of you know about it. So in every block, there are some transactions. For example, in block 1 in this picture, there are transaction 1, transaction 2, and transaction 3. Every node have a local ledger. When a node receives a new block, it will apply a transaction in the block to its local ledgers. For example, in the bottom in this picture, you can see the initial state of the local ledger is state 0. When applying transaction 1, it becomes state 1. When applying transaction 2, it becomes state 2. When applying a transaction into your local ledger, the transaction is actually running on your smart contract virtual machine. To make sure every node have the same copy of local ledgers, the result of applying a transaction to a state must be deterministic, which means that the smart contract virtual machine should be deterministic when execute a transaction. If we find a way to introduce inconsistency into the execution of smart contract, then there will be a fork in the network. Some of the nodes in the network may have their local state in state 1, but other nodes may have their state in state 2. No, not state 2, state 1 plus in this picture. We call this inconsistent execution of smart contract. Of course, inconsistent execution is not allowed in a blockchain system, but we find many vulnerabilities in some popular blockchain systems can help us to achieve this inconsistent execution. When we have a vulnerability that the first one is that a vulnerability can introduce some randomness into smart contract. When we have a vulnerability that can result in inconsistent execution of the smart contract, attacker can publish a malicious transaction in the network. Then some of the nodes will agree with state 1 and other nodes will agree with state 2. Attacker can double spend his money in those two groups different. For example, attacker can spend his money to A in state 1, but in the meantime, he can spend his money to B in state 2. Inconsistent execution can be introduced by randomness in smart contract. When we will have a vulnerability that can introduce randomness into an execution of smart contract, a double spend attack can be achieved like this. As shown in the picture, attacker can first introduce a random bit sigma into a smart contract by using the vulnerability. Then the smart contract, he can use the smart contract to check the value of the sigma. If the sigma equal to 1, he can send money to A. If sigma equal to 0, he can send money to B. But how can we get a vulnerability that can introduce a randomness into the execution of smart contract? You might think that it's not easy to find such a bug. However, it's not. Here I will present some security pitfall that will introduce randomness into smart contract. First, the out-of-bound memory write back can result in remote code execution in software security. It's a traditional memory corruption bug. It can also use to introduce randomness into a blockchain system. Here is an example we found and exported in US. US use WebAssembly as their smart contract language. You can write smart contract in C++ and compile it into WebAssembly bytecode by the compiler. Then you can publish those bytecode into the US network. Then a super node of the US will pass the bytecode and run it in its interpreter or its JIT compiler. The problem here is that the WebAssembly engine of US was written in C++, which is famous for its memory unsafety. When we use When we use our out-of-bound memory write back to gain remote code execution on EOS WebAssembly JIT compiler, our exploitation can control all the flow loads of EOS in an entire network. So of course, we can use it to introduce some randomness into smart contract to achieve double spend attack. In traditional cybersecurity, the memory out-of-bound read vulnerability will usually lead to information leakage, which help us to bypass mitigation of binary program and further help us to exploit the system with other vulnerabilities. However, in smart contract virtual machine, the memory out-of-bound read vulnerability has more direct use. It can apply. It can directly cause double spend attack. Here is an example we also found in EOS. EOS WebAssembly engine has an out-of-bound memory read vulnerability. Attacker can use those vulnerability to read beyond the normal WebAssembly memory. As you can see in the right picture, the content of the out-of-bound memory address depends on the current execution state of the virtual machine. So it's actually random for the smart contract. So in a blockchain system, out-of-bound memory read vulnerability can introduce randomness to the execution of a smart contract and further to result in double spend attack. Memory uninitialized vulnerability can also cause double spend attack. In traditional cybersecurity, memory uninitialized vulnerability can cause security problems such as information leakage, type confusion, and so on. It can help attacker to bypass mitigation to further achieve some attack. In smart contract virtual machine, there is more direct export of the memory uninitialized vulnerability. We can use it to do directly to launch a double spend attack. So here is an example in EOS. EOS WebAssembly virtual machine use glue memory opcode to apply for new memory. The problem is that the request new memory was not clear to 0, not receipt to 0. So the content of memory returned by glue memory opcode is actually random. Then attacker can use it to double spend his money. The underlying reason of the above example of inconsistent execution is that randomness was introduced into smart contract. However, the inconsistent execution does not necessarily only depend on randomness. There are many other ways to introduce inconsistency into smart contract. For example, logical vulnerabilities, subjective or objective difference between different nodes can also result in inconsistency. Here we go to some examples. If there are logical vulnerability in the implementation of the virtual machine, then inconsistency could be introduced by logical problem, such as indeterministic system call, insufficient check, in transaction verification, and so on. Here is an example. We discover a logical vulnerability in NEO. In NEO, there is a system called get verification script in smart contract. You can use this system call to get the verification script of your smart contract when running your contract. However, the verification script of NEO does not binding with a particular contract. So attacker can bind different contract, different verification script with a particular contract. Then those introduce inconsistency into smart contract using this sys call. Then it can finally result in double spend attack. There are many differences between nodes in blockchain system. For example, different running environment, different hardware of the local computer, different version, and different implementation. We have found many vulnerability based on those differences. Some code run, for example, some some node of some node of blockchain system are running on Windows, but others are running on Linux. The return value of a standard C function memory copy is different in Windows and in Linux. In Windows, the return value of memory copy is -1 or 0. However, in Linux, the return value of the memory copy is the length of memory you copied. So according to this, we found a vulnerability in US that can cause, you use the memory copy function, you can make inconsistent execution between Windows nodes and Linux nodes. There are many other ways, many other security problems based on the difference of the blockchain systems. But I will not go to detail here. There are also many other issues that might cause inconsistency of smart contract. For example, the factors such as system time, random numbers, and float point calculation can also cause inconsistent execution. However, we did not find such vulnerability in the most popular blockchain systems, but we think there are much more factors than we have found and can cause inconsistent execution. So we have to pay more attention to these problems. So here is a short conclusion. In this short talk, I divide double spend attack into 4 layers of blockchain systems, and I give some example of double spend attack on the transaction layers. We can see that currently many blockchain projects still facing many critical security vulnerabilities challenges, such as double spend attack. It's not easy to maintain a secure blockchain systems, and the blockchain security need more attention. And that's all for my talk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Peng. All right, one of the things, of course, that is a high concern whenever you start talking about trying to discuss security, ensure that a particular thing is secure, is that you, in fact, trust the groups that are actually doing the work. Our next presenter is actually going to talk about how to build trustworthy ecosystems. Dr. Ronghui Gu, welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
You ready for this?
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Ronghui Gu. I'm a computer science assistant professor at Columbia University. I'm also the co-founder of Certik. So today I'm going to talk about our approach towards building trustworthy blockchain ecosystems. Yeah, from the title you can see, although both the previous talk and this talk are talking about security issues in blockchain, but the previous one is more about attack side, right? This one is more about the defense side. Lots of my friends keep asking me questions like why Bitcoin has a price, and why NEO has a price, and why blockchain is so popular. I think many of you guys may also receive such questions previously. And I believe the answer to this question roots in a single word, that is trust. So blockchain ecosystems are built based on trust. And some people call this trust a consensus, and some people call this trust a belief. But the code to implement such blockchain systems are not trustworthy due to program bugs. So we have seen many bugs in the blockchain systems, and Dr. Peng also showing some of them. And we have seen many hacker attacks utilizing those bugs in the past few years. Right? Actually, more than hundreds of millions of dollars worth cryptocurrencies have been stolen due to those program bugs. So how can we avoid such kind of program bugs? Is there a solution to that? So can we rely on the testing and white hat techniques that's just being introduced by Dr. Peng and also Peter this afternoon? So I'm sorry, Dr. Peng and Peter, the answer is probably not. So as Decentralization said that program testing can be used to show the presence of bugs, but never to show their absence. Yeah, so it means that, well, this testing, these white hat techniques are useful, are needed, but they can't complete the task. So what else can we do? So now some people, including me, will stand out and claim that the formal verification is the cure. And the US National Science Foundation report, so claimed by the NSF report in 2016 that formal methods are the only reliable way to achieve security and privacy in computer systems. So you should notice that, well, the NSF report used this term only. So by formal verification, we mean to use mathematical ways to prove that the code indeed satisfies the specification. So you have seen this word specification, right, in Peter's talk, in Longfei's talk, right? So it's about he can like name the developer guide of NEO as a specification, but that one is informal and ambiguous. So the specification I refer to here is a formal and rigorous specification, which reflects the design of the developers. And it sounds really cool, right? So actually, formal verification has been a decades-long concept. But why there are still that many bugs? And why we can't simply use this technique to save the world? The reason is, in most cases, these proofs are really very difficult to conduct. So in 2015, Professor Zhang, who is the computer science department chair of Yale University, and we together observed that the bottleneck of this technique is not about the proof technique. Instead, the bottleneck is how to write the specification. And we introduced a concept called deep spec in 2015 when deep learning is still very popular. And simply speaking, this concept basically is a way to write compositional specification such that we can decompose a very complex proof obligations into many smaller and easier to solve ones. And the magic part is that then you can compose all the proofs back and deliver an end-to-end guarantee. So this concept was then widely studied and advocated by a broader community, including researchers from Yale, Columbia, Princeton, MIT, and UPenn. And the 3 workshops and 2 summer schools have already been held. And in 2016, we used this technique to build Certik OS, the first fully verified concurrent OS kernel in the world. And it has already been deployed in the safety critical area here in US. And in 2017, we started to apply these techniques in the blockchain domain. And I don't have time to go deep into the technical details of deep spec, but I will use this example to show the high-level ideas of how to use deep spec to protect smart contracts. So let's see, we have very complicated smart contracts, like the stable token contracts of one of our clients, TrueUSD. So we have this contract, and then we will write specifications as labels or notations to the source code of the smart contracts. And some of those specifications can also be generated automatically. And then we will decompose the proof obligations into many smaller ones at different abstraction levels, and then do the proofs locally and compose all the proofs together to deliver a certificate showing that the smart contracts are correct with respect to the specifications. So here is one demo of how Certik detects the beauty chain bugs in their smart contracts. So you can see that the comments are the labels served as the partial specifications to this piece of smart contracts. And with the verification fails, and we detect bugs, which is the difference between the code and the specification. And it can also help us show find the counterexample of the program. And once you fix the bug and pass the verification, the important thing here is that you have the guarantee that the program indeed satisfies the specification without any exceptions. So that's the difference with the testing and the white hat techniques. So as I just mentioned, that some of the specifications can be generated semi-automatically. So we also develop this auto scan platform that can scan the security issues in the most popular and running smart contracts on the blockchain systems. And each one scanning takes several hours, and we already can detect many bugs, security bugs, in the popular and very famous contracts that is running right now. And this platform just being released several months ago. And also, we started the collaboration with NEO from last year, from May last year. So we will help NEO to build this formal verification platform which is customized for the NEO ecosystems. And this project has already been initialized, and hopefully we can have some demo and products released this year. And our services and techniques has already been adopted by many big players in the blockchain domain, including the big digital asset exchanges like Binance, Huobi, OK, and many other big exchanges. So now, if you want to list your token on these large exchanges or launchpads, you have to get some certificate of your code from the collaborated security service providers. And we are the only security service providers for, let's say, Binance, Huobi, and OK. So I highly suggest that please do the verification service or auditing service with us, with Certik, before you try to get listed on these exchanges. It can help you save time and save money. And you can simply send emails to bd@certik.org. And we also collaborated with many big platforms in the blockchain world, like NEO, like Ontology. We also worked with Etherscan, Icon, Waves, QuarkChain, Qihoo, and many of them. I even can't list all of them in a single slide. And we also have already provided services for mining clients, including TrueUSD, Crypto.com, QuarkChain, Seller.network, and IOTex. And many of them are very good projects, and we will help secure the smart contracts of these projects. I'm sorry? Yeah. So here is a summary of our current business. We just launched our verification services for about half a year. So we have already done more than 160 audits, and we have already helped secure more than $1.2 billion worth cryptocurrencies, which is very amazing. And we have verified more than 80,000 lines of smart contracts code. And we also help verify and audit some more complicated system code. And now I will talk about a new research project called DeepC blockchain. And so in the previous talk and the first half of this talk, we talk about how to detect bugs in the existing code and how to prove the correctness of existing code, right? Now the question is, can we build trustworthy code? Can we build trustworthy smart contracts from the very beginning? So to answer this question, we started this research project called DeepC blockchain. And we plan to introduce a new DeepC high-level and functional programming language, using which it's very difficult for developers to make mistakes. And then we will also provide a certified compiler from these high-level DeepSeek, high-level languages to many platforms, including Hyperledger, EVM, and also NEO.GAME. And we will guarantee that the compilation phase will not introduce any new bugs. It means that if you can do the proofs at the source code level, the guarantee can be propagated down all the way to the bytecode level. Right? You don't need to worry about the bugs in the compiler, which is a black box and very complicated. And meanwhile, we can also generate the formal specifications from the DeepSeek source code into the Calc proof assistant. And then you can do proofs in Calc manually or use our library to do the proofs semi-automatically. So it is a framework to help you build cross-platform trustworthy smart contracts. And this DeepSeek blockchain project is a joint work of Certik, of Yale University, and Columbia University. And we have already received grant support from IBM through the Columbia IBM Blockchain Research Center. And this news has been released several weeks ago. And we also get grant support from Ethereum Foundation, whose news will be released very soon, I believe, in the next few weeks. And we also get lots of support from other platforms and communities, including the Qtum Foundation and so on. And we hope that we can also get the grant support from the NEO Foundation and also get the development support from the NEO community. We believe that this can help us really build this, really introduce this framework to build cross-platform, trustworthy smart contracts in the blockchain community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't know about you guys. I'm fried. How many of you are tired? Come on, show of hands. This is not a, yeah, let's all jump around. I think it's time for a break. So I'm going to make an executive decision. We're taking a break. Let's come back in about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, there's some protein bars and other stuff set up outside, as well as caffeine. Load up. We're in the home stretch now.
That you can easily maintain that's also what we are doing right now, that we can help you develop a very light way to write comments so that can generate this recipe and then maintain consistency. It's more like you change the code, but you forgot to update the comments, right? This something should be avoided. Yeah. Yes. 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 Yeah. Yeah.
But
I
the
know
point
that.
is that it doesn't cover everything.
Yeah, of course.
Like some things are really good at a certain thing. Like making sure the argument's not set.
Yes.
The logic and science could be completely broken.
Yeah, but the thing is now you can see in the comment you can add the type information arguments.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
but maybe you can imagine that you can add more fancy things right in the comment.
Like
right?
just yesterday, I was looking at a bug that somebody fixed like 2 years ago. And they made a slight change to the code. It looked innocent enough.
Yeah.
But of course it didn't. It changed the behavior in a very buggy way.
Yes.
And they didn't change the spec. So if they had managed to change the behavior, then they should have also changed the spec.
Right? Yes.
And in this case, they didn't.
First of all, you can see.
So they didn't realize they were
they didn't realize, and then it's just gone because there's no enforcement, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Or if it turns out that it wasn't a bug, then at the very least they would have changed
the spec. Yes. Yes.
I almost, for years, I was almost against writing this. I've looked at millions of lines of code and C and C++.
Yes.
But I mean, more often than not, the comments are never matched.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
At a certain point, you don't even want to read the comment because it'll say it does one thing, and you read the code and find it does something completely different.
Yes.
And depending on, obviously, if the product does, the customer's behavior is actually whatever the code does.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with what the comment is.
Yeah. As you said, one thing can like this good job in one aspect. It's more like, well, it might not be applied to all the general codes, but for the most critical part, which you want to maintain this consistency, where you can apply the technique. And I know Microsoft already applied lots of similar techniques.
I'm not saying don't document your code, I'm saying don't document it wrong.
Wrong, yes.
So something like this is very useful for that.
Okay.
You can verify your documentation.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Thank you. Hi. Okay.
So I'm pretty new to the cryptocurrency and blockchain, and I understand blockchain is very secure transaction with you get consensus over computer. But there were sometimes breaches on the exchange platform. People were able to hack into the exchange and steal people's private keys.
Yes.
So, but would you agree that the logic behind the blockchain technology is perfect? Doesn't have any security fault?
Yeah, so first of all, I can't guarantee that the logic is perfect. I would say the Bitcoin, if you have read the white paper of Bitcoin, basically it's just trying to give a solution to introduce digital cash system without any trusted central party. So that's the very purpose. And he provided one solution, and so far it is still the best solution, the most secure solution. So I can't say it's perfect, but right now it's still the best one. And but the logic can be even if the logic is perfect, the code can have flaws, right? Especially those code are developed by average developers, and also people are maintaining a large code base, and people are continuously make changes, updates, and so on. So it's kind of like there's much higher chance that bugs may be introduced in the code rather than in the logic. Yeah.
And then for your purposes that you provide to verify code that doesn't have too many bugs or what are the charges?
Oh yeah, so it still depends on the complexity of the code, right? So yeah, we have a code service, and you can freely to do the code online. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hi.
That was a good talk.
Thank you.
So you guys are developing your own general verification language. Your language?
So kind of like so for formal verification itself, we didn't develop new language. We developed new framework, new logic, something. But we developed new language for writing smart contracts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
And
great.
we partnered with Whiteblock that did the code audit in India, so we're in partnership with them. We'd like to get more partners. And
Sure.
I see that you're connected to all the exchanges.
Yes, all the exchanges, yeah.
Yeah, we would like to have them run our nodes so they can process transactions on our network.
I see, great.
A proof of stake system.
Yes,
So
yes.
They're going to be the ones that are really the early adopters because they're going to be pushing in a lot of transactions on the network. It's still coming along, so it's 2 months from mainnet launch.
Okay.
But it's pretty close. So we talked to CEO NEO at Finance Conference. We also talked to Freedom, but it's kind of hard to approach them because they're building their own chain.
Yes,
So,
yes.
But we kind of partner with.
Yeah, we partner with all these guys.
Yeah, because our chain is we're just looking for partners. We're looking
Yes.
for people that we have like 17 core devs. It's all written in Scala. It's all full verification. I guess our main competitor is probably Cardano.
Yeah, Cardano. Yes.
So.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. That'd be great. Yeah.
I can do anything.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
WeChat's down, but.
Okay. Yeah, so I can type the.
Yeah, Telegram.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I can type the email. How about that?
Email?
Yeah.
Okay. Here, let's take.
Okay.
It's
Great.
right below him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Great. Okay. Oh, you have that. Okay. So you can send to. So this is.
I'll send the documentation. I'll send the spec paper as well.
That'd be great.
We can set up a call with Greg. Are you flying back or flying out like tomorrow or?
Yeah, will be tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Are you East Coast? Or?
Yeah, East Coast, New York City. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
So,
Yeah. Basically, my email and our BD email. Okay.
Okay. What's in terms of your time schedule, like next week, like later next week? Maybe set up a call.
I would say. Yeah, pretty available. I would say.
Oh, pretty well. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah.
We can schedule a phone call.
Yeah. That's cool because the guys from Capture always they have their phone call. Go for it.
Oh, yeah, just finished. You missed my talk. Okay. Okay. I hope so because all are the developers, so is that right? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Just send me an email.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
If you're interested in Capture work as well, every Monday we have a call at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern. So
I see.
On Zoom. So if you're interested in talking to Vlad or any of the guys working on that for like get your invite.
Okay. Okay. See. Great.
Right, well,
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Finish up those candy bars. 2 more minutes and we'll get started again. Start making your way back. We're going to get started in 60 seconds. All right, I think we got all the important people back. So, I admit to a small bit of a dilemma, guys. I have 5 T-shirts up here that have no home. Does anybody know how to get a good home to a T-shirt? Yeah? Yeah, here, Harry, help me out. Help me find a home for some of these shirts. Now you have to work for me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, grab a couple. Yeah, just take them all. There you go. No, you do it. You do it. Hey! What the hell? All right. Harry's going to be like that. All right, you're down here in the front looking all eager puppy. Sure. And, oh, back there in the back. I got to do the back. Oh, nice. Nice. All right. Folks, coming back from the break, it's always a good thing to do something that'll get your blood going, get your mind racing, get your heart pumping. We are going to do that because Harry is about to crush you. This is my friend Harry Pearson. He's been a longtime Microsoft developer, has worked a lot with a number of different programming languages, and he's going to talk to you about a project he's working on called XLang. Take it away, Harry.
Thanks, Ted. Before I start talking about XLang, I want to talk about the word polyglot. Polyglot comes from the Greek. It means many tongues. And it typically refers to something or someone that involves multiple languages. The user manual of your latest appliance that gets printed in English and Spanish and French is a polyglot manual. The founder of NEO, who speaks Chinese and English, is a polyglot. Now, in the tech world, polyglot typically refers to not spoken languages, but programming languages. Personally, I'm professionally fluent in C++, C#, PowerShell. I've worked on projects involving Java, Objective-C, Python, JavaScript. I know enough Ruby to be dangerous, and I know enough assembly language to read the disassembler window of the debugger. It's a multi-language world. It is a polyglot world. And that is both a blessing and a curse. Different languages have different strengths and weaknesses. Take, for example, Python and C++, the 2 languages I've been primarily working with in the last 6 months. They're both mature, they're both portable, but the kinds of things you build in C++ are very different from the kinds of things that you build in Python, right? C++ is hard, it's strict, and it's very, very fast. It is arguably the fastest programming language there is. Python is easy to learn, easy to program in, not particularly fast, but really great for doing things like gluing little bits of code together. Different problems, different solutions. Every web app, almost every web app, is a polyglot solution. Because for the most part, what do you write in the browser? JavaScript. What do you write on the server? Typically something other than JavaScript, though there is Node.js, which means you can write JavaScript everywhere. But if you're building a typical mobile app or web app, you've got different programming languages on the front end and the back end. This is good because, as I said, different languages have different strengths, but it also does things like raises the level of complexity. More time, more money, more resources. Now, another thing that's driving this polyglot world is the proliferation of platforms. It used to be there was really only one platform anybody cared about. And then there was another different platform that anybody only cared about. And today, yeah, that's not really the case. You're building a mobile application, you pretty much have to target both iOS and Android. You got Windows on the desktop, and this doesn't even get into things like cloud providers or gaming consoles. Every single one of these platforms has its own tool chain. I happen to work for Microsoft. I tend to think that Visual Studio is the creme de la creme when it comes to developer tools. Android Studio and Xcode have improved significantly over the years, but they're nowhere near as good as Visual Studio. I actually spend a lot of time also on the command line. A lot of development is done that way. And of course, in addition to this, we also have a variety of cross-platform frameworks. These tend to divide into 2 categories. Ones that are built on JavaScript, like Cordova, Electron, and Node, and ones that are built on top of .NET, like Xamarin and Unity. That's a lot of different stuff to know about. right? It's a polyglot world, some assembly required by you guys, at least those of you who are building applications. So, what does this have to do with XLang? XLang is a step towards making that world a little bit easier to understand, a little bit more rationalized. To understand it, though, we got to go back in time, about 8 years. And I was standing on a stage, I'll be honest, it was a little bit bigger room, at the Build conference where Microsoft announced Windows 8. And I was doing a talk on a technology that we were introducing called the Windows Runtime. And I'm not going to do the whole talk here because I've only got 15 minutes, but this was the relevant, important slide that I wanted to show you guys. Windows is built in C++. That's the traditional Windows API there on the right. And most Windows developers write in a programming language known as C#. So when Microsoft would ship a new API in the operating system, in order for a C# developer to use it, they would have to write a bunch of really ugly glue code to make that work. Microsoft realized that this was a problem and said, hey, what if we did that for you automatically? What if we automatically generated the bridge between the code in the platform and the code in your language of choice? Now, my talk was specifically for .NET developers, but the Windows Runtime supports other languages too, JavaScript and C++. Other community projects have included Objective-C and Node.js. The C++ language projection we ship today actually originally started outside of Microsoft, and we hired the founder, and he's now a teammate of mine. So this is actually a model that we think works really well. It's definitely been proven in the Windows platform. But what can we do to make it better? Well, first off, we got to do something other than just Windows. It can't just be Windows on the platform. We have to worry about iOS and Android and Linux and those gaming consoles and blah, 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 blah. Of course, we don't care just about managed code. We want to support JavaScript. We want to support C++. We want to support Python. We want to support the languages that are native on the mobile platforms. Right? If you want to build an application on iOS, the best tooling experience is Objective-C. If you want to build an application on Android, the best tooling experience is Java. So we want to be able to target developers where they are. That has been the goal of the Windows Runtime project from the inception, and now it is the goal of the XLang project. This is what I work on day to day. So, quick diagram to give you some sense as to what we're talking about. I'm building an application. That's the purple box on the left. Let's say it's a mobile application, so we're going to use Objective-C and Java for iOS and Android. On the right-hand side is some kind of component that's written in C++. It doesn't have to be C++. We're, in the XLang project, primarily focused on C++ first because it's such a dominant language in the cross-platform space, and it's so performant. But we also want to be able to support other languages like C#. I imagine that some people in this room care about an infrastructure that's currently running on top of .NET. It's called NEO. That's why we're all here today. So how do I make these two things talk to each other? These are completely different programming languages, and I want to make them work together as simply as humanly possible. And this is where XLang steps in. XLang is a series of different pieces that come together to make this glue happen. As you can see here, I've got a URL at the bottom that'll link you to the strategy paper for XLang, which is where this diagram is derived from. At the beginning, we have a common type system. It's more of a primordial type system is the way that I like to describe it. Most object-oriented programming languages have similar constructs. I can new up an object. I can call methods. I can set properties. Sometimes I can get events. I have common constructs like asynchronous operations and collections. So we define all of this in a language-neutral way. We then take that type system and we encode it in metadata, something that's designed to be read by software. Right? You've all seen API documentation. This is like that, but it's designed to be read by a computer. We actually use the same metadata format that the .NET framework uses. It's kind of like, imagine a .NET assembly without any instructions. It's just the description of the types and the methods and the namespaces, et cetera, et cetera. As I said, this is designed to be machine readable, so we have a set of developer tools. This project is very young. We went open source in October. So all of our developer tools today are or almost all of our developer tools today are console command line applications. We are planning on shipping better tools that are integrated into the major IDEs. As you might imagine, we already support Visual Studio for some stuff. We're also going to support Android Studio, Xcode, et cetera, as time goes on. These developer tools do two primary things. The first thing is it creates what we call a language projection. This is a representation of that common type system in the language of choice. So if you're writing Objective-C, this component looks like an Objective-C library. If you're writing Java, this library looks like a Java library. And as we add more languages, we'll get what we like to call a natural and familiar experience. I mentioned earlier that a lot of languages have asynchronous support. C# has a great construct called await, which makes it trivial to build asynchronous code. Java and Objective-C don't have that. So we will customize the way we project asynchronous operations so that in Java it works with a future. And in Objective-C it works with Grand Central Dispatch or some other asynchronous operation mechanism in those platforms. The idea here is that you as a developer consuming this library can't really tell that it wasn't built in your language of choice. The other thing that we build to this is what we call a stable binary interface. There's a reason why C is the dominant language for interoperability. It's because it's the only one that actually works. Even C++ today, it's very hard to build a C++ library in a shared component like a DLL or an SO and share it across to some other component. There's a lot of rules, like you have to build them with the same compiler, the same version of the compiler. Otherwise, things break. We define systematically a stable binary interface that allows this interoperability to happen, to allow this component on the right to evolve independently of the code on the left. So I can add new features, drop those new features into a component without breaking my application code. As you might imagine, upgrading components is kind of a big deal when you're the operating system. And so we've already learned how to develop this kind of work. Finally, we have a common platform adaptation layer. Now, before you get too excited, we're not talking about like all of the functionality of the platform. We're talking about only the core functionality needed for this kind of language interoperability. I need to create a new instance of an object. I need to share a string across the binary boundary. I need to allocate or deallocate memory. These are the types of things that are in our platform adaptation layer. These are constructs that are built directly into Windows today as part of the Windows runtime, and we want to make that same capability available on every platform that supports XLang. Okay, great. So now you have a good sense of what XLang is. As I mentioned, this project is open source. We have been working at it only for about 7 months. And we already have a lot of stuff that's available today. The first thing is we have an open source version of a tool called CPP-WinRT. This is the premier C++ language projection for Windows runtime. This is not the tool itself runs cross-platform. So I can actually compile this component for this exe for Ubuntu and run it. Unfortunately, today it only generates Windows-only code. We're going to fix that. I'll talk about that on the next slide. We also have some integration into Visual Studio. The team that I'm on is essentially the outgrowth of what used to be the C++ WinRT team. And so we have a lot of existing CPP material. So I want templates that plug into Visual Studio. I want natural visualization in the debugger. I want to publish this stuff up on NuGet. We already have all that stuff up there in our GitHub repo today. We have a new metadata reader. As I mentioned, our metadata is in a format, a standard ECMA standard format. We built a new metadata reader that is completely and utterly pure standard C++. Well, okay, it's almost. It's like 99.9% pure standard C++. It does depend on memory map file functions. Those functions are different on different platforms. We've added an abstraction so that we can compile and run this on Windows and Linux and Mac in the future. As I mentioned, I've been working primarily on Python. We have a new alpha quality Python language projection, again, for Windows runtime. You're seeing a theme here, right? We have a lot of stuff for Windows. We're starting up the cross-platform stuff. We also have the beginnings of a platform adaptation layer. We only just got that compiling and running and testing in the cloud this past week. This is really, really new stuff. So what's coming next? Well, the first thing is we're going to fork that Windows runtime tool and create one that generates cross-platform code. We've already built a prototype of this. I actually, over the course of the last year, spent a significant amount of my own personal side time forking the existing tool so that it would generate cross-platform code. We are now going to take our new version and do the same thing and actually productize it. We're going to build end-to-end platform toolchain. So things like how do you parse metadata, how do you create metadata, how do you author components, those kinds of things need to run on all platforms where XLang runs. So this means we're going to need to run on Windows, obviously, but also on Mac and also on Linux. We want to support more languages. Now, we're not committing to any specific languages publicly right now, beyond C++ and Python. However, there's some really clear, obvious choices. As I mentioned multiple times, mobile development, Java, Objective-C. .NET is the premier language for programming Windows applications, so we want to support .NET. We also want to support JavaScript, not just JavaScript for like Cordova-style apps, but also for Node-style apps. And there's also this thing called TypeScript, which has come along in the last 8 years, which has really gotten to be pretty popular in the JavaScript space as well. We want to support more platforms. My boss bought me a new Mac Mini because we need to get this stuff up and running on Mac. One of the very first issues that was filed on the XLang repo when we went public was, where's the Mac support? And we're working on it. Obviously, obviously iOS and Android. You don't build on those platforms, but we want to be able to run on those platforms. And whatever the community wants to do. As I mentioned, this is an open source project, right? Here's a picture of our GitHub repo. There's our URL, github.com/Microsoft/XLang. I also want to point out, we are running daily builds on Windows and Linux. And look, our tests on Linux are passing. That was Thursday's work while I was working from home in the snow. So now you're probably wondering, so what does this have to do with you? Why am I up here talking about a project for cross-language interoperability, cross-platform interoperability? What does this have to do with NEO? NEO apps are decentralized. Right? If you think about how most apps are built today, distributed is the standard now. Right? There's very few new applications that are getting built that are client-only. Right? Even client-only, traditional client-only apps like Word or Photoshop or AutoCAD, those all can at least talk to the cloud for file system type of work. And if you fire up the latest versions of Office, there's all kinds of little plugins that, I'll help you with the designer, or I'll help you research, and all these other things that connect up to the internet. But the vast majority of these applications are hub and spoke. Think about the biggest applications on the internet. Your Googles, your Facebooks, your Amazons. It's a giant processing system in the center and a bunch of interface code running in browsers and on phones out on the edge. Right? 99% of what's interesting in those systems is happening in the center. It's only like, how do I actually interface with humans out on the edge? DApps aren't like that, are they? Right? That's what the D in DApp stands for, right? Decentralized. The nodes are much more commonly, the nodes have a lot more similarities. There's a lot more dependency in that kind of space. Nodes in a decentralized graph have to support local processing. It's not good enough just to collect a bunch of input from the user and send it somewhere else, the way it is in a distributed application. Decentralized apps means local processing. Whether it's smart contracts, whether it's storing data, whether it's putting information into a blockchain, or whatever, decentralized means client code. Client code means multi-platform. You're going to build the next great DApp. I imagine you want it to run, if it's a mobile app, on Android and iOS. You want it to run on servers. I imagine that means Windows and Linux. You want it to be a game? Then I imagine that means PlayStation, Switch, and Xbox. Different platforms, different languages. If you're a NEO developer, you're a polyglot developer. And that is the reason why I was invited here to talk about XLang. So with that, thank you very much for your time and attention. As I mentioned, this is the URL. My name is Harry Pearson. My Twitter handle is DevHawk, and this is my email address. I love, love, love to talk to real customers. I was just joking with Ted. I'm getting to go to PyCon this year, and I realized that my corporate credit card is literally 3 years out of date. So that's the last time I actually got to come to a conference and talk to real customers. So I'm looking forward to talking to you guys. Please feel free to hit me up on Twitter or send me email. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions about the XLang project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
No problem, dude. Let me get my water. Yeah, you need that. Okay.
Yeah, I need that. All right, so I'm going to ask the panelists to come forward. And same thing as before, we're going to test these guys to see how physically strong they are. But in the meantime, Harry was just talking about developer tools, but obviously one of the things that if we're going to see developer tools, we want to have developers working with them. That kind of should be important as a part of a developer conference. And so here, Brett, who's going to moderate this panel, is going to talk about how to expand. Now, when you say expand, you mean get more people, not like developers expanding? Yep, there you go. You got it? There we go.
Testing. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely expand the communities as in numbers, not size.
Okay, good, because my wife is already getting on my case. Brett, take it away.
Everyone switched on? Cool. So with NEO, we have quite a unique situation where a lot of the development is happening spread across numerous development communities. All these different individuals bring their different experiences, different principles to the platform. And really what we need to do is find a way to keep increasing the number of those communities and find ways to keep bringing more people into the existing ones. So our panelists, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves one by one? Start with you, Alex.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Alex. I was originally involved with NEO as the founder of NEO Tracker, and I'm mostly up here because we started a development platform called NEO1 that we hope that as many people as possible will be able to use.
Hello, guys. So I'm Gil. So I'm kind of new to the whole community, but I developed NEO3J. I'm from XLang, so who maintains the project, and yeah, we want basically to embrace the Java community.
I'm Tyler Adams. I'm one of the founders for COZ, or City of Zion, one of the developer communities that's open source in the NEO ecosystem.
Hello, I'm Igor, brother of Vitor, and we are a member of NEO Research Community, which our idea was to bring a more research perspective and academic perspective connection bridge university and the technological development to NEO.
I'm Vitor. He already told, we are brothers. And I think he already got the introduction of the community. And the idea was that of bringing this perspective more academic, that also SPCC is bringing now, the guys from Russia, that's a more long-term vision about the connection. Is it really connected with state-of-the-art tools, and can students use it nowadays? Is it didactic to be taught in university? So we have more this vision about academia and open source projects.
Great. So we actually have quite a diverse range here. Obviously, we've got some people that have been in the NEO community for a long time, and obviously Gil, pretty new. So do you want to start us out, talk to us a little bit about Axe Labs, a little bit about what you're working on, and a little bit about your insights into the NEO ecosystem as a new face?
Sure. Someone I think yesterday told me, or today, there are some senior developers that just told us I code in my free time, and so that's basically what I was doing. I was just doing fun things. I like to do very things that people are going to use it. So that's why I started doing NEO3J. Also because I contribute to the Ethereum community, also in the Java projects. So I decided to take this kind of knowledge and apply to the NEO blockchain. And yeah, that's how NEO.GAME started. And yeah, basically, it was out of my own necessity because I was building like an application where it was a Java application, and I needed some tools to interact with the new blockchain. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do it by myself. Let's see how it goes. And yeah, this is one of the aspects, but also I would like to also embrace this native Android applications. So because a lot of applications that are already there, I mean, I want to grab these guys by hand and bring them to the new blockchain. So basically, if you have an Android app that a native Android app, or you have a Java application, you want to interact with the new blockchain, so NEO.GAME is the library for you.
So I think this is actually a bit of a common theme where people come to the NEO ecosystem and they are just building the tools that they actually want to use. I know NEO Research, you guys, when you came over here, you were running on Linux machines, so you couldn't compile. So that's what kind of motivated you guys to do NEO Compiler Eco, right?
Yes. In fact, we wanted to have some tool. Our first contact with NEO, we wanted to have something like, oh, I want to build this in a few seconds, if I wanted to teach someone how to start. Because when you read the tutorial, you have to install a lot of things and configure some things. So this is the first decision we took. We need to have something like in a smartphone, you could just write and show that it's very easy, it's not hard. Because new technologies start with big barriers, and we wanted to remove those barriers. Want to complement?
We are duplicated here. Tyler, switch again. No, I'm joking. No compliment. I think that's it. Another example of that was like the recent mechanism we did for smart account composers. That's like for a path for creating accounts with simple logic that is more friendly to children, to teenagers, to students. And I think this is a good barrier to be broken to bring everybody closer to blockchain.
So Alex, Tyler, how about you two? What kind of brought you into the development community in the first place?
It's actually a very similar story to what these guys were saying, in that NEO.Tracker was one of the first blockchain explorers, and there was just no JavaScript tooling at the time, right? And so we had to build out the client APIs to want to interact with the nodes in order to fetch the information that we wanted. In addition, around the same time is when NEP5 tokens were established, and there was no way to really get the information we needed from the RPC nodes in order to show those transfers on the blockchain explorer. So we started building a node in order to extract this additional information. And from that, we realized, we were like, oh, we have this really cool tool set. We should make this into something that everybody can use. And so we kind of completed the story by building a TypeScript compiler, so that from the very beginning, from building a smart contract all the way to your client APIs at the end, you can do it all in one framework in NEO1.
The ant shares logo is actually why I got interested in NEO, or ant shares. That's what caught my eye, my wife's eye. Like on Bittrex, like you see all this stuff floating by, right? And there used to be like all these really serious project logos, right? And then there was like, it looks like something that you'd find on like a tab of some pill or something, like this weird like cartoon ant, alien ant, right? So we were trying to figure out like, what is this? So you try to dig and you find information, and well, all the information is in Chinese, right? So that's really what kind of got me started, I guess. So like understanding how the consensus algorithm works, and then just, I think this is kind of similar for everybody else too, is just adding content or value to the ecosystem in a way that other people can use, right? So kind of creating steps for other people to build on top of, instead of just, I could have read and translated the documents and understood and then not put anything down, but then nobody else gets value out of it either. And then every time I want it, I have to start over. So
like Tyler, like the NEO3J logo is more friendly, you know, to get into, like less serious probably, right?
It's more appealing to me, yeah.
That's cool. That's cool to hear.
It's fun.
Yeah, so we have a bit of a common theme here. I think this is probably true for a lot of developers in the NEO ecosystem. You know, they come and they're building tools that they actually want to use. Me and Gil, we actually had an interesting conversation about this, talking about how if you're going to build something, it needs to be something you're actually going to use, because otherwise you're never going to understand where those pain points are with the developers that are going to come afterwards. You want to touch on that and how you're addressing that with NEO3J?
Exactly, because what I see, like not specifically like in a NEO ecosystem, but like in other software development ecosystems, other applications, blockchains, etc., is that developers, they do things because it's cool, I'm going to do it, it's nice, I'm going to nail it, but sometimes you have to think about the community needs that. Like, so in one good start is if you're a developer and you start using your own library, you start using your own stuff, because then you're going to figure out what are the challenges, what are the points that you can enhance, that you can like make it better, or what you can cut down or simplify, etc. So yeah, so using, I think it's a big thing. Everyone, like the developers here in the community, should use their own stuff.
So building the tools is one thing, but you know, that's for people that already know they want to get involved with blockchain. But how do we onboard people that are not already involved with blockchain? Like Alex, for example, NEO1, you're looking for an end-to-end solution here that people can come just using JavaScript, TypeScript, you know, what they're familiar with, and just being able to go at it.
Yeah, so that was actually one of the biggest challenges for us, because you know we had these client APIs and we had this node and we had the beginnings of a TypeScript compiler, and one of the things that we weren't sure about is like, okay, all these tools are great, but you know we still have to. There's still this barrier. Like, yeah, it's just Node. You know, you just have to have Node installed and you have to know how to use npm, which is a very low barrier. Still, we found out when we went and beta tested, you know, out in the real world, people had problems installing two very basic things. And you know, and that's fine. That's, you know, maybe they were .NET developers, so they'd never done anything in the JavaScript ecosystem. Maybe they were C++ developers or whatever, and so they didn't know how to actually download these tools that were the prereqs. And so that's when we started developing the courses, right? We decided, okay, let's make it so simple that all you have to have is a browser, and then you have to go to this website, and then you can try it out end to end. And so that's what we did with NEO1 to really try to make it as easy as possible for people to at least try to see if they want to go through the pain of installing Node, which is, again, very low barrier. But if you've never done it before, you know, it could be something that's a little bit hard to do.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that really appealed to me personally about NEO1 is obviously you have the courses built in. So, I mean, even me, I'm no developer, but I could follow along with the instructions and understand what things were happening, and you know, you'd run a little token, make a token on the platform. So you know, it's the barrier to entry is pretty low with that. But as we have more of these tools being developed by different people in the ecosystem, how do we keep people, you know, working on focused projects, right? Tyler, for example, with COZ, you guys have so many projects under the COZ umbrella. How do you focus the development into the ones that people are actually going to use?
Very difficult. Yeah, so one of the ways that we handle this, and I don't know if how many of the people watching are aware, you know, since COZ started, we've awarded contributions to the code base, right? So I think that this is a relatively unique thing inside blockchain, the blockchain space and out, right? People can write open source code and they can be awarded, in this case, it's a NEO, for their contributions, right? So one of the things that we've been working on, and this is, by the way, a big team effort, right? So there are a lot of people in here that are very active in working on this new process as well, is honing the projects down to the ones that we deem as being, you know, productizable or getting somewhere for release, and then actually tagging them so there's more transparency on, you know, how much the rewards look like or the awards look like, what they could expect from completing them. that kind of stuff, right? So it becomes very clear and transparent. You know, people see the tasks, and the community can submit tasks, right? So use like Neon Wallet as an example, right? People can go in and submit a GitHub issue for that. And I saw Max here somewhere, he's in the corner. And then he looks at it and says, like, is this a feature that's important for the community, for the product? Do we need to incorporate this feature? You know, if that's a yes, and depending on how important that is, like, let's tag it and say, this is a high impact task, right? People that go into our GitHub then see that, and they can try to pull it, right? Pull the GitHub issue, and if they complete the work, and if, you know, it's approved, the merge is approved, or the pull request is approved, then they receive an award, right? They send their NEO address, and then we send an award as a result of that. And I realize we're all sitting up here, like, none of us started in this ecosystem. Like, we start in this space not for financial gain. However, that definitely, like, it greases the wheels, I guess, right? For some of these tasks that, like, people don't necessarily want to work on, that are also very critical, right? So, like, a lot of these, like, apps that are really valuable to the ecosystem, they're not actually touching they're not directly interfacing with the blockchain. They may be something that's removed from the blockchain, but they're still very important. Like the monitor is a good example, right? So being able to see the nodes and the node sync, and like just for debugging, for example, right?
Maybe I would like to add something.
Wonderful.
I think a key aspect is, for example, Ed, do you like what you are doing in Neo News today now? Do you believe it's yours?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you like what you have been doing on Neo News today in the community?
Absolutely.
Do you believe it's yours?
Do I believe it's mine?
No, you mean your contributions. Yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Do you like what you do in Neo Tracker, in Neo One as well? Gil?
I'm passionate about it. I love it.
Tyler, in City of Zion?
On most days.
My brother?
When I don't have to work with NEO research.
I knew you would answer that. My brother, of course. Belani, do you like jargon? Do you like what you do in Head4Sec? And I believe, yes. I think a key thing for communities develop is for people to love what they are doing. Because we are all developers. We like what we are programming. We like what we are contributing. So I believe that the key for communities and contributions are this. People should believe that what they are doing is something for themselves, and they like what they are doing. I believe for people that are doing design for NEO, they like what they are doing. They are designing, people that are doing marketing. So each of them can have their own community. And I think this decentralized manner is a good way to motivate people and to be fair with them. So that's a key aspect for people to contribute in different projects. Né? Because blockchain is we have a variety of different aspects for contributing.
So, you know, like we say, if you get involved in something that you really love and then you end up getting some incentive for that, it's kind of a win-win situation. And obviously being able to work with excellent people all the time, it's, you know, an extra bonus on top of that. But it's not just COZ pushing out the incentives. Obviously, we've got NEO itself, who have been pretty liberal with funding for development communities, which I think is crucial to the onboarding process. One of the newer ones is the NGD Core Developer Initiative. And NEO Research guys, you guys have been involved with that. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Regarding, just going back a little bit in the last question, when we see like this huge amount of tools that are appearing every day, I think it's a reflex of the variety of languages that the NEO supports. It's different, for example, from Ethereum, where you have solidity and a single way of thinking. And when you have like multiple languages, you naturally has a lot of communities already, because when you change language, it's not just the language, it's the tools that are connected to the language, the way you work with the language. So most of us work with different languages here. So it impacts the way you do tools, and it starts to look like useless things like for other communities, but they're useful to someone. But one thing we can do is to enforce, like Peter said today, in the integration part of the testing stuff, because we can do like unit testing on each tool, but we don't do like integration tests on tools from different environments. For example, I need to check if Python VM matches C# VM, and this affects Ethereum too. They had like bugs in one language they didn't have in others. So this is one thing, that to have standards on the way we do tools in different languages is important. It's another thing that we try to do in new research, like to having these tools collaborate with each other. For example, NeoPython, at least with the nodes on C#, so we are sure they are computing the same thing. So this is my point on it.
Yeah, like just let me add something. Yeah, it's a really good point. Really good point. I'm not from the standard point of view, you know, like that you guys are doing, but like in NEO.3j in Java, I try to get like integration tests and all these tests that I can test. For example, in the .NET version, like in Python, you see some points that are not exactly the same. So like this kind of stuff, like since I'm kind of new to the community, but I realize it, and this should gain a lot of importance. I agree.
And
you guys can get back to the original question now.
Yeah. And coming back to the the incentives to the community. From our perspective, we since the beginning we put on our website all the topics that are aligned with NEO Foundation. And since the beginning, we are very open, and invite people to, if you want to join and do anything along with these lines, people will get rewarded, and many people in the community already got rewarded from things they've done. And we try to make a distinction from other communities like City of Zion, which since the beginning was much bigger and did most tools. So we try to put a focus on more algorithmic point of view. So if you develop an algorithm that's not necessarily code, for us it's okay. We can reward people for ideas, for example, not necessarily code or commit or pull requests. So it's a little different because the subject we deal is more abstract. So, and we can even reward people from other communities. We did that already, like people that are even from NGD, I don't know, it doesn't matter. If someone contributes to the things in that line, that's fine for us.
Cool. So we're just about running out of time here, but since we got a bunch of developers on the stage who are all very well integrated into the NEO ecosystem, why don't you guys go ahead and tell us what your most excited projects are for NEO coming up in the near future?
I think the project I'm actually most excited about is Alchemint. I think having a stable coin on the platform is critical for apps going forward.
Because my background, also I have some background in storage systems, distributed hash tables and this kind of stuff. So NeoFS is something that I would like to see in the near future, yes.
So if you guys were watching Erik's presentation, so the thing I'm most excited about is the movement away from assets to contract-based tokens instead for the native assets. So moving away from UTXO to an account model instead of having both to deal with trackers, for example. I'm pretty excited for that.
And Vito? Quantum secure, communicate with the moon faster than light. I think quantum security is something that has been barely talked, but I think it's something I am excited about, because if we start to show an example that we can already create a quantum security address in NEO, we can know that we can already implement that on the consensus layer. And actually, we can implement something related to quantum in NEO. But is that really proven to be quantum resistant? So maybe a smoother path here is to implement hybrid cryptography in this first moment. And
In fact, new KS standard. That's the thing. So quantum security, we believe, is an important thing to have in the near future.
All right, well, thank you to all our panelists. For anyone out there that is not already involved with NEO, you know, there's somewhere for everyone to be. Whatever your skill set is, there is a place for you in the ecosystem. There will be a developer community somewhere where your ambitions are shared, where your experiences and skills are valued. So, you know, just get involved.
Okay. All right, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Just go ahead and leave the chairs. The next guy is Australian, so we don't have to be, we don't, well, you know, I mean, Australians are such fragile personalities. One of the things, of course, that, you know, comes up before we can start talking about, you know, doing some of the quantum and being able to, like, code from the moon, I think was one conversation that came up during the panel. One of the things we have to think about, though, is what the impact will have on the various things that are happening here just on this ball of rock. And so Dr. Chris Berg, is going to talk about cryptoeconomics and the future it will have on the economy that those of us on this planet will share. So, fantastic. Chris, take it away. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to give you a thing, don't I? Oh, you don't really need to.
I don't really need a
You don't really need slides, do you?
I can just,
you
I
sure?
can just talk. Let's find out.
You sure? All right, there we go.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk about what we're calling institutional cryptoeconomics. You've probably heard of cryptoeconomics, but this is a guide to what we see as the future of the global economy. For a way of introduction, I'm from RMIT University in Melbourne. We've established the RMIT Blockchain Innovation Hub. This is the world's first social science research center into blockchain and distributed ledgers. The idea is not so much to look at how blockchains function, how applications function, but what happens to the economy, what happens to society, what happens to government, communities, once we have this remarkably strange, unusual, as Hongfei said earlier, institutional technology out in the world. What are the public policy consequences? What are the consequences for the nature of governments, firms, markets, and so forth? This is us. I'm an economist. We're a bunch of economists, historians, political scientists, lawyers, and so forth, trying to figure out, now that we've got this tech, or very close to having this tech at scale, what should we do now as a society? So institutional cryptoeconomics, it's a terrible phrase, it's a terrible name, but it's actually pretty basic. The idea is we're applying a very large body of fairly standard, bog standard economic analysis, economic frameworks to understand how ledgers and distributed ledgers shape society. This is not unusual theory that we're using here. Three of the economists that we're using, Ronald Coase, Oliver Williamson, and Eleanor Nostrom, I put them up there on the screen just to point out that these people have won Nobel Prizes. They're not weird, they're not unusual. We're applying fairly standard understandings of economics to blockchain technology and coming up with what I think are some really radical conclusions that all the people in this audience are working on to develop a very unusual looking society down the track. My job and the job of my colleagues is to try to understand the shape of that society. So let's start with a really basic question. What is the economic problem? When an economist thinks about the world, what is the problem that they're trying to solve? Well, that problem is this. Number one, how do we coordinate activity, human activity, social, economic, or other, when faced with information that's distributed around the world, around everywhere? We don't have all the information in one place. We need to coordinate economic activity when information is in lots of different places. And in a world in which we have what we call positive transaction costs. That means it's not costless to find the information, it's not costless to bring information, and we don't necessarily trust the information that we might have. We might not necessarily trust each other. This is the basic economic problem. How do we coordinate economic activity when information is distributed and we're faced with positive transaction costs, including trust? Why trust? Because trust, in our estimate, is about 35% of the economy. We spend 35% of our labor force administering trust, taking untrustworthy activities and making them trustworthy. I'm thinking of professions like accounting, like management, like the law. Every industry, every economic activity has a degree of trust maintenance in it. In our estimate, that's about 35% of the US labor force. From memory, if you expand that out using some heroic assumptions, that's about $25 trillion globally. That is a massive amount of money we put towards trust. That's the economic problem. What's the economic solution? So we provide solutions to that problem with institutions. We use markets. Markets are a basic economic institution. Adam Smith told us that we can use markets to coordinate information using the price system and deal with trust issues through reputation. Sometimes markets don't work very well for this purpose, so that's where we have firms. We organize our economic activity into large hierarchical organizations, and they trade on our behalf. We need to take advantage of economies of scale. We need to deal with trust issues through the production process and so forth. Sometimes firms don't work well enough, so instead we use governments. Governments are one of the economic institutions we use to solve that economic coordination problem. More recently, we've begun to understand that we can use clubs, voluntary organizations that police their members, and Elinor Ostrom told us that we can use the commons. A lot of people argue that there's a tragedy of the commons. Elinor Ostrom, the Nobel Prize-winning economist I mentioned earlier, has argued that in fact we can use commons management and political systems within the commons to organize ourselves that way. Those are the institutions we had until 2009. Now we have this new one, blockchain. My argument today, our argument, is that blockchain is a new economic institution that can compete and help the economic institutions we had until 2009. This is really weird. This is a very strange thing that it's occurred. We very rarely invent entirely new institutions. Think of firms. The joint stock company is really a creature of the 17th century. Representative democracy was an institutional innovation. Since 2009, we've had a new one in this schema. That's very strange. Why blockchains, though? Blockchains are fundamentally just distributed ledgers. What they've given us a window into is to how to understand the significance of ledgers within the economy. All those institutions that I mentioned, turns out they are ways in which we operationalize ledgers, ways in which we manage ledger relationships. Because ledgers are a fundamental economic institution or economic technology. It's a way that we map and verify agreed facts about relationships. Whether that's property rights, maps of hierarchy and authority, ledgers are everywhere. Cryptocurrencies obviously have shown us that money is fundamentally a ledger. Not just that ledgers in the traditional accounting sense can be used to manage money, but money is itself a map of property relationships. Who owns what item of value? Money is a ledger. Property rights are ledgers. This is the Hernando de Soto story about the lack of effective ledgers in the developing economy around land rights and so forth. If you've ever bought a house, you've had to go to the bottom of your local government or local council and check that the house that you're purchasing or the land that you're purchasing is the land that you were sold. It doesn't have any easements or any liabilities or anything like that. Property rights are fundamentally ledgers. Sometimes these ledgers aren't written down. Sometimes they're just ledgers that we hold in our head. But they're ledger technologies. A firm is a ledger. A company is a ledger. Everybody's familiar with an org chart, but at a really more base level, a firm is a hierarchy of relationships, structuring what you can do with capital, labor, business processes, and systems of value. A ledger of hierarchy and authority. The social security system is a ledger. Who has to pay in? Who can take out? Citizenship is a ledger. Who can vote? Who can come into the country? Ledgers matter because ledgers are everywhere. We can restructure our understanding of the economy, of government, of society by understanding where and who manages those ledgers. And now we've got a new distributed ledger. Ledgers are so important that the original writing came from the need to manage ledgers in Neolithic Near East, which turned into the earliest clay tablets managing property relations in ancient Mesopotamia. Ancient Mesoamerica, we are now learning, had very complicated system of ledgers in these knotted strings, the Qihoo. Tally sticks were used as a basic system of public finance in the medieval age. Double entry bookkeeping was a revolution that changed the future of global capitalism. In the 20th century, we got relational databases. We can say that every time ledger technologies change, so does the world. Writing gave us market society. We got early capitalism, as I said, from double entry bookkeeping. Empire capitalism came when we got centralized distributed ledgers. Global financial capitalism was the result of digital ledgers, and now we have the crypto economy. What is the crypto economy? So why are economists excited? I look pretty excited. I look very thrilled with my amusing Australian accent all the way on the other side of the world. Why are economists excited like me? Well, throughout the 19th and 20th century, we had really one debate in economics, and that was between centralized and decentralized economies. This is the great socialism versus capitalism debate. Should the Soviet Union or the United States succeed, then it would prove whether centralized or decentralized economies were more successful. We now know, as of, well, we knew before, but more conclusively since 1989, 1991, the decentralized economies seem to dominate centralized ones. But now we have this debate on a different margin. Not only is the economy centralized or decentralized, but information about the economy is as well. Ledgers, those fundamental ledgers that I was talking about, the ledgers that can map property relations, can map money, they can also be decentralized. This is a new finding. This is a new finding thanks to Satoshi Nakamoto. If we can decentralize ledgers, we move into a next stage of economic discussion, of economic development, what we're calling the crypto economy. Because blockchains are, in our argument, a new economic infrastructure. They're a tool not just for facilitating trade, but for building new economies, for coordinating around new economic problems. They don't just go into economy, they look like an economy. They have systems of money, value in their cryptocurrencies. They have systems of rules, the protocol, a constitution. They have systems on which we can build contracts between ourselves. They have services, they have exchanges, they have systems of monitoring, they have governance systems, like an economy has a governance system. They have organizations, and they've got security. This looks like an economy. If you showed that to an economist before 2009, say, yeah, that's a state, that's an economy, that's a market system. In each blockchain, we have all those fundamental elements. This leads us to make some more interesting claims. So I've argued that blockchains are a fundamentally non-hierarchical way to manage information. Many of you, I'm sure, have been involved in discussions about the future of work. No one can go to a party or go to a family function these days without somebody asking you, well, do you think that robots are going to take our jobs? What's going to happen now? Should we all learn to code? You would all probably say yes, or not. Keep your monopoly. I think and I think the people who ask us those questions, they certainly ask me this question, have a very specific vision of the future. They have in their mind that sort of 20th century industrial economy, where there's a factory and it's got workers, and that factory has workers and is now going to be replaced by robots, or AI, or software agents, or something. There's a factory, it had workers, now there's a factory, and it's got robots instead. It's pretty basic idea. You can understand why people are worried about it, and in a lot of ways, that's been the history of automation in the last decade or so. But I don't think that the factory still exists, because we're not just innovating on production, factory production, we're innovating on governance. I said we're innovating on the structure by which we organize ourselves. That firm, that factory, that centralized hierarchical organization is not going to look the same in the crypto economy. It's going to look much more like a network. This very cute little diagram I've drawn, we formally call a V-form organization. It's still vertically integrated, just like the factory is. Can we go back? Just like the factory is, it's still vertically integrated. But that vertical integration has been outsourced to a blockchain, has been outsourced to a distributed ledger in order to gain the trust properties that the factory used to provide. Blockchains are going to not just change the way we do things, but the structures, the governance structures in which we do them. This has really radical consequences for all of political economy. Blockchains, in our argument, to take that a step further, disrupt a long-run economic dynamic going back to the 18th century. It's as simple as this. So economic growth during the Industrial Revolution created a much more complex economy, which in turn created more economic growth. That's all fantastic. But we needed to figure out a way to govern that complexity. And the technology that we had was hierarchy. The technology that we had was government, was hierarchical firms, hierarchical organizations to govern complexity. But hierarchy has problems. Firms can grow large and become dangerous, or their own sets of power. Governments become large, become dangerous. So we created a demand for regulation. We need to regulate those big companies to prevent them wielding excessive power, endangering society, endangering their workers. Blockchains disrupt this dynamic because blockchains at some margin can govern complex organization, can govern complex economies without hierarchy. We're moving from that centralized factory, that hierarchical factory, to that network. What does that predict? Smaller firms, or fewer or more small firms, less large organizational forms, and less regulatory control. We've built over the last century structures of regulation to deal with this long-run economic dynamic. The idea that we needed to tame hierarchy. We needed hierarchy because we needed to govern complexity, and from that we got growth. Now we can govern complexity without hierarchy. Fewer firms, smaller firms, and less regulatory control. That's what we think the crypto economy looks like. We call this process de-hierarchicalization, another fantastic phrase that we've made up. I'd like to thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. All right. The next presentation I'm really excited about because it has something to do with gaming. Anybody here, any World of Warcraft players? StarCraft, right? League of Legends? Do you guys have fun at all? Any of you? Because you're sounding like a very boring audience right now. All right. Excuse me. Zhao Wang is going to talk to us a little bit about how to use NEO and blockchain to address gaming issues, hopefully to improve my Heroes of the Storm game. There you go. Thanks much.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Zhao Wang. So of course you can call me the Zhang Wang, but not a Zhang Wang. Okay, so today I want to talk about the games. I think the game is very interesting. It's a topic, but I think my speech is not such interesting. So actually, what is blockchain games in your mind? So actually, in 2018, the blockchain game attracted lots of attention in 2018. So, but the people know the blockchain games is as maybe a cat, a dog, a dice, or even a factory. But is it a blockchain games? But to be honest, what I think is a blockchain 1.0. But even its very early stage of the blockchain games, it creates the huge trade volume in 2018. But maybe the one reason is the market is very hot last year. But the result is still very exciting. So for example, the CryptoKitties, the one-day transaction amount reached the 3.8 million. The crypto countries, the total transaction amount reached the 12 million. The formal 3D, the total bonus pool reached is 10 million. So most of the blockchain games in the early of the 2018, the developing the period is less than 2 weeks. So a game which is developing in last 2 weeks, they can create such huge amount of volume. It's amazing. So actually, what is a blockchain? So in my mind, the blockchain game is not a new type of game. It is kind of the game solution. So it can improve the game experience from the following 3 aspects. The first is the NFT, the non-fungible token. So it's relative with the game asset. So it can improve the game asset security, the flexibility. The token economy, it's relative with games economy logical. So it can improve the game's life period, and it can improve the game's activity rate. So the third thing is the data. So when we mention the data, it means the game store their data and their game logic on the blockchain. So it's obviously, it can improve the data's security and the transparency. So by this side, for the blockchain games, it's not only for the connecting games, not only for the CryptoKitties, not for the crypto countries. So actually, it can integrate with the different types of the games, no matter with the sandbox game, the table games, the simulation games, there's all kinds of the games. But the blockchain game is still on the very early stage, so it have lots of issues currently. So the 4 issues is already been mentioned by the people. The first is no uniform standard. The second is the poor game experience. The third is insufficient developers. And the fourth is the weak infrastructure. But even the blockchain games have lots of issues currently. So is that means blockchain games has a very long way to go, or it doesn't have a very shining future? I think it's not, because these 4 issues also been how the media evaluated the mobile games in 2005. The same issues. But we can imagine like in the today, so what's the market size for the mobile games? So I think in the future, the blockchain games definitely can be the part of the whole game industry. So actually, even the blockchain games have lots of issues, but it still can improve the games right now. So for example, there is a significant improvement in retention rate between the blockchain game and the traditional games. So we do some statistics. So let's use the simulation games as example. For the blockchain simulation games and the traditional simulation games, the next day retention rate, the blockchain games, is 97%. But for the traditional games, it's only 50%. The 30 days retention rate for the blockchain simulation games is 65%. But for the traditional game, just only 8%. So we can find the retention rate of blockchain simulation games is much higher than that of traditional games. And also, the blockchain simulation games with will not show a significant drop in retention rate over the time. So why? How it happened? So I will use a game to do the example. So NEO.GAME. NEO.GAME is a multiplayer online virtual world that currently is run a blockchain. And it go live on the June 19th this year. And currently is one nice area is opened in the game. And there are 25,000 NEO has been spent in the past months. And the total number of players is more than 3,000. So I think the result is not bad. So, but why it can attract so many players in these games? So I think I have 3 reasons. So first is this game can draw the distance between the game, blockchain game, and the real world. So let's imagine so in the traditional, this kind of the games, we are just spend the money. Or maybe we can create a building, but that's it. But in the blockchain games, you not only can spend the money, you also can earn the money. Before you play the game, you can decide you are the farmer, you can be the businessman, you can you can only take responsibility to sell stuff to the others, and you also can spend the money to build your buildings. So the same as the real world, you can choose your career. You can choose what you're going to do in the games. So it's very close to your real life. So the second thing, the game asset can be saved permanently. So in the traditional games, if you build a building, so it's not really, to be honest, it's not actually you own this building. So one day, if the game consider to stop this game, so your building gonna disappear when the server closes. But in the blockchain game, you will own this building forever. And also, you can use your digital asset to do some other things, not just in this game. So for example, so in the new land, if you have the building and if you decide to build the house racing game, you can use everything you build in the new land, and you can set your logic and to attract more players to enjoy that game. And all the elements in that game is you create in the new land. So it improves the expansibility of the game. So what's the new solution for the blockchain game? So because actually the blockchain game is in the very early stage, so it needs lots of support from the public blockchain. So what the NEO can do, or what the NEO.GAME ecosystem can do. So we are very focused on what the game wants. So for a game team, they are looking for the very friendly developing environment and the distribution channels. So first thing is currently the NEO already supported the different game engines, no matter the Unity, the Cocos, the Layerbox. So for the most of the game developers, they don't actually know how to develop the games on the blockchain. What they need to know, just to use our SDK to integrate their game. The second thing is NEO is a developer-friendly public blockchain. So no matter you are the C# or the Python or Java developer, you don't need to learn any other language. You can developing the games with your language. So the third thing is these game distribution channels. So after you have your own blockchain games and it's connected to the NEO blockchain, so it can be distributed automatically to all the NEO token holder immediately. So the first thing is NEO gonna give the support to all the games who is developing on the NEO blockchain. So no matter the marketing support, no matter the technical support, even the financial support. So what's the NEO
game's next step. So the first thing is a NEO.GAME development guide will be released in March. So after the guide being released, all the game developer can use this instruction to know how to developing a blockchain game with the NEO blockchain. The second thing is more than 10 games will be released before the June. So it means no matter you are existing the token holder or even you are the new game player want to join the blockchain games, you can know how actually to play the games in the blockchain games, not just to selling or buying the tokens on the exchange. The third thing is NEO.GAME.con. It will be held in Tokyo in March. So everyone in here, you want to see our face again. So we are very welcome you come to the Japan to meet us again. So what we can promise is like this conference won't be as boring maybe as today. So we invite lots of the causer, the very interesting, the actors in that day. And you also can see what is the real blockchain game. And we will show the game demo. And we also invite lots of famous the people in the gaming industry in Japan or even in China, in the worldwide, to share their experience about how actually to integrate blockchain with the game. So in the end, I wanted to talk about our goal about the blockchain. So I wanted to apply the sentence which I actually to say on my side, but I totally agree with it. The blockchain games may not be the future of the blockchain, but the games that use blockchain technology will be the future of the games. So although lots of public blockchain currently is really focused on the game and spend lots of effort on the blockchain games, but I think in the future the games won't be the everything of the blockchain. But the game gonna be the very good start for the blockchain and to help and to use the blockchain to change something. They maybe change the game, then change different industry, but the game may be the good start. So what NEO gonna do? NEO will be the one-stop solution platform to help the game to create its future. So no matter what kind of help for any developer currently, no matter right now, no matter is currently in front of screen to watch our DevCon. So if you if you want to develop blockchain games, please to contact us, and we are very glad to help you guys to developing first blockchain games for your team. Thanks.
All right, thank you, John. All right, next up, similar to John, our next speaker is an engagement manager for NEO. And Tamar in particular is focused around the NEO Friends Initiative because we all need friends. Who doesn't need friends? And if you say, I don't need friends, you're lying. So, Tamar, tell us how we can make friends more easily on top of a blockchain, I guess. Give that to you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So kudos for everyone who stayed this late. I know it's Saturday and we're running a bit off schedule, but hopefully this next talk, which is a new initiative launched by NEO, would make it worth your time. So my name is Tamar Salant. I'm based in Shanghai with NEO Global Development. I wanted to share my personal down the rabbit hole story with blockchain. So in 2011, I had friends who were mining Bitcoin. We were all kind of hanging out on Bitcoin Talk, learning more, trying to understand what was going on. And I found Bitcoin interesting, but it didn't really click for me. I said, no way are the big financial institutions going to adopt this. No way my grandma will start paying with crypto when she goes to the supermarket. And then end of 2011, my family in Argentina was suffering from hyperinflation. So people in Argentina had problems bringing in and taking out US dollars. Currency was skyrocketing, and a lot of problems that we see in hyperinflation countries were happening at that time. And freelancers, or people who are working with companies outside of Argentina, started using Bitcoin to pay for freelance work. And when I started hearing about that, that's when it clicked. And that's when blockchain became something more than just an idea or a virtual community and Bitcoin talk, but this community formed in Argentina of people that are exchanging Bitcoins and understood the value of using cryptocurrencies. And from that point, basically, I've been thinking a lot, and I always try to understand, what does it mean to be part of a community? In this virtual world that we have with crypto, with blockchain, with technology, what does it mean to be a community member? What does it mean to be part of it? And this what is part of the talk of NEO Friends will be focusing on. So what is a community? If we really think about this from a more philosophical perspective, is there only one definition of a community? Is it a group of people that share the same interests? Is it a group of people that are bound together by the region that they live in? Is it something else? And before preparing this talk, I actually went on Webster's dictionary, and I tried to find that one definition of what is a community. And even Webster had something like 6 different definitions, and each one had its own mini or sub-definition of a community. And I found that very interesting because we all think of ourselves as part of a community. Maybe it's the place we live, maybe it's the religion we belong to, maybe it's a shared interest that we have. But when do we decide we're a community member, and when do we stop being a community member? Dunbar's theory, a British anthropologist, said that in order to maintain a community, a decentralized community almost, you need 150 personal connections with people. After that, it gets too big, it's hard to maintain. Who are these 150 people that we have in our lives these days when everything is so digitalized, when everything is viral, and a lot of people here especially know what it's like communicating with people that you've never actually met. Maybe you're talking on the internet, maybe you're talking on social media. Is that a connection? Are you part of the same community? As we live in this era where everything is going more global and going more virtual, who is our community? Are we bound to only one community, or is this big global community the community? This leads us to the NEO story. So there were a lot of talks today, and most of you already are familiar with NEO and you know what we're about. But when we talk about the NEO story, when we talk about the basis of NEO, we talk about an open source, decentralized, global, virtual community. If we're talking about developers that are contributing code, if we're talking about the team that's based across the globe, or if we're talking about people that are actively talking about NEO and checking out the latest updates, that are building projects on top of NEO, all of them are part of this story that we call the NEO story, building together the smart economy. Let's take a look very, very briefly at some of the communities that we have globally. So this was based on just some of connections that we have to people, meetups and events that we've held across the globe where we have active community members, people that are talking about NEO, people that we see, especially in NEO social media, whether it's the Discord channel or Twitter, that are constantly following and, again, participating in activity with and for NEO. So we have a pretty broad, I'd say, community. We are very much global in that sense. One of the most amazing things I always say about NEO is that any given moment, if you go on the NEO Discord, and you can check me right now if you don't believe me, you'd see over 1,000 people online, any given moment. Because we have this distributed community, we have all these time zone differences, and we have people from all across the globe. Literally, people are online 24/7. And one of the great things that people have also said and kind of came up today and said, you know, one of the things I like about NEO is I feel there's a face, or I feel there's a Discord handle to put to a community member. If I have a question, if I have a problem, I know I can go on the Discord channel and the community will help and answer, and there's someone I can talk to. So maybe it's not a 1-800 number you can call if you have a problem, but you feel the support of the community. So what is the NEO Friends Initiative? So we have these community members. A lot of them are developers. A lot of them are not developers. And what we've come to realize is obviously, the developer community is a strong community. We see, go on our GitHub, check out the Reddit, you see the contribution. But a lot of people are interested in blockchain, and a lot of people can contribute to blockchain projects such as NEO by participating in more active roles. NEO Friends is an open initiative for all. Anyone can join, developer, non-developer. One of the things that makes this so unique is so many people are coming from different backgrounds with different skill sets, and everyone and anyone can contribute in some way, whether it's doing translation work, maybe you're participating in your local blockchain community, maybe you're a student, maybe you're coming from academia. You all have something to give. So NEO Initiative, as I said, is this new program that we're launching today, and we're calling everyone who wants to take part of NEO. Again, it doesn't have to be just in writing code. If you're good at writing code, please contribute and do that as well. But maybe there are other things you're interested in. We're talking about a global community. We're talking about a regional community. And we're talking about local communities. And the way we see it is kind of, we'll have it in the slide here. Here we go. Global, regional, and local. We have people that will be or already are engaged with their local communities. Maybe they're setting up local meetups. We have people that are engaged with their regional community, whether if it's in a specific continent or a specific language region. And we have people that are part of the global NEO community that are coming to events such as DevCon, that are coming to our hackathons, that are constantly online. So kind of breaking it down into these three subcategories, if you will, we do see activity, and we want to build the initiative that people will feel a community in each one of these three fields and feel part of the big NEO community. Again, it is hard maintaining that 150 connections in life, and we want people to feel that they're always part of their local, regional, and global NEO community. So who can become a NEO friend? Anyone. Anyone who wants to join can sign up. Anyone who wants to contribute can ask, basically, can send us an email, can sign up. One of the mottos that we always have at NEO is contribute first, reward later. And this is something we've seen, especially with the developer community in NEO, and we'll be doing the same with NEO Friends. So based on activity and based on contribution, that will be determining the level of the NEO Friends. So we're looking at three layers. We'll talk about that in a moment. But the base layer is open to anyone to join. And as time goes by and as the activity develops, that's how we'll see the different levels of NEO Friends, if you will. So what are NEO Friends' responsibilities? We'll be posting more information on that soon. It will differ from region to region. It will differ from language to language. We're open for suggestions as well. But there are a lot of activities that are on grounds, if you will, that we would love to see our NEO Friends do. So if it's, again, setting up meetups, if it's talking to universities and academia, if it's translating content, if it's creating new content, it can be in your local language, it can be in English, it can be in whatever language you feel comfortable with, also code. And these will be part of the responsibilities that will also be changing from time to time, because as new projects and new focuses emerge, so will the challenges, if you will, of the NEO Friends. So the three levels of activities, like we mentioned, so we'll have the base layer. Oh, it's not pointing. OK, we have the base layer of activity, which anyone can, again, ask to join. We will be posting information exactly on that. We want NEO Friends to understand that this project, this community project, is for a good environment. It's for creating something better. We don't want to see bad activity, if you will. This is something that unfortunately happens a lot. And we don't want that destroying the community, because we see community as something almost sacred, if you will. And connections and reputation is important. And being part of a NEO community, you get benefits, but you also have responsibilities. And part of that is using NEO Friends to create good. After that, we have the second layer, and after that, the top one. So these three types of NEO Friends will be also focusing on different activities. Some of them are more time-consuming. Some of them are more fit, as I said, to global, regional, and local communities. But you get the big picture. So the first round of signups starts today here at NEO DevCon. You can contact anyone from the NEO Global Development Team, tell them, hi, I'm this and this, I would love to sign up, give us your details. You can ping me, you can Twitter, LinkedIn, Discord, all the social channels that NEO has. It's very easy with the NEO DevCon and Counting NEO Twitter handle as well. We'd love to talk to you. We're here today, we're here tomorrow, obviously. And we'd like to see, this community here in Seattle that has come to this DevCon, people that have traveled from different continents, people that have come from far away. Talk to us. Let us know that you're here. Let's see what we can do together. Thank you all.
All right, Tamar, thank you very much. I'll take that back. Yep. All right. One day down, you're halfway there. How many of you are ready to go grab dinner and probably a whole lot of drinks? Yeah, me too. A couple of things to wrap up before we do. First of all, we need to give a whole bunch of thanks to a whole bunch of people. I want to give a bunch of thanks to the hotel staff who have fed you and carried away all of your garbage. So give them a round of applause. The AV staff there in the back, turn around, give them a round of applause. If you see a speaker wander by, give them a handshake or a hearty chuck on the shoulder. And lastly, to the folks in the corner who represent NEO themselves, thank you for putting this on. Thanks to all of you for braving the snow. Peace out.